We are reacting to Baby Metal's video of the definitive Baby Metal Guide 2026.
Really short.
2-hour documentary.
Hi, and welcome to the first unhelpful and or not so extensive, fully comprehensive guide to Baby Metal, voiced by a real-life human being, that is. My name is BABYMETAL, and as a devoted fan to Baby Metal, I will be your narrator and guide today. This should be entertaining, and so far, after 16 months on YouTube, I have only ever been called boring one time. So, I would say I have a pretty good track record of being entertaining. But my record on not offending people with silly jokes is far worse. So that's your one and only warning. So, what is Baby Metal?
All right. We are closing down the Dichotic stream. I hope you all are following over on the Solid Sound podcast because Dichotic is going bye-bye. Bye-bye, Dichotic. All right.
Baby Metal's story begins in 2010 in Tokyo, Japan. They are a Japanese kawaii metal band.
Kawaii. Kawaii.
Kawaii is the Japanese word for cute, and kawaii metal is a subgenre of metal that Baby Metal created. So if you do listen to any kawaii metal bands, know that Baby Metal did it first. While they began small, Baby Metal's live performances have grown to be quite the spectacle, to include acted-out rituals, crucifixes, all manner of lights, fog, fire, and confetti. And any fan today will tell you there is nothing quite like a live Baby Metal show, which you must witness to understand.
Oh my god, what is that?
But in any case, Baby Metal didn't start off selling out arenas. Baby Metal were not formed like a typical metal band. They didn't meet in the drummer's mom's garage for practice after school or scrape together money to replace snapped guitar strings.
No.
Nope. Instead, they were created within a Japanese all-girl idol group called Sakura Gakuin. Today, it is possible to be a huge Baby Metal fan while knowing precious little about Sakura Gakuin. In relation to what Baby Metal is in 2026 and beyond, Sakura Gakuin holds little influence anymore and has not existed for 5 years at this point. However, Baby Metal's inception and early existence is intrinsically tied to Sakura Gakuin, and Baby Metal, in fact, owes its existence to it. Furthermore, if you want to be taken seriously as a Baby Metal fan, you will be expected to have at least a passing familiarity with Sakura Gakuin, at least as it pertains directly to Baby Metal. So as we continue in this video, if you ever find yourself wondering, why are we talking so much about Sakura Gakuin? That's why. So moving on, Baby Metal started as a subgroup of Sakura Gakuin, which again was an all-girl J-pop idol group whose theme revolved around a fictional school life, within which there were multiple subgroups or clubs for the girls to be a part of. Sakura Gakuin was also first created in 2010, just like Baby Metal. As stated in prior guides, it should be emphasized that Sakura Gakuin was not a real school, and each girl had to attend a real school outside their activities with.
So how many guides did you watch before releasing this?
All of the ones I could find. So I watched the original one from Arnie Gitsune, right? The 500,000 whatever one, and then I watched, of course, the Fox Song one, the more updated one from 2024, I think, that you posted it.
Oh, okay.
And I watched the shorter one that Imagination did, and I think I even watched.
I didn't even know she did one.
It was a briefer one. I think it was like maybe 12 minutes, and it was intended to be brief. But I wanted to get because there's crossover. Obviously, they're all telling the same story, but there's still a difference, and some people hit some things that other people don't. So that the easiest way to absorb as much information as I could, was hey, I'll start where everybody else did first, get all that down. And what I ended up doing was I wrote a script out based on all the information that was already existing in the video, and then I just had that as my template. And then I went through every other research that I could and be like, okay, is this accurate based on what I think, and what can I add? Is there anything that should be added that is worthy of being added to this? And then, of course, the main thing being, hey, up to date now. Let's get the stuff that's beyond what the last guide had. So
Okay.
the script writing took an ungodly amount of time.
So no AI in the script writing?
Absolutely none.
Absolutely none. Impressive.
Zero AI of any kind anywhere in this video. Preparatory, recorded, visually. If there is visual AI in this video, it is only because I pulled an image from the internet that I did not realize was AI, and that's the only possibility. But I don't think so.
So there you go.
Yeah. Fully written by me, fully spoken by me. No AI robot voices. Which, hey, nothing against the robot voice from the original guys, but I wanted to voice this one myself. So
this may or may not be all AI responses right here. Just saying, it is possible that he is not real. He seems pretty robot. I've never met him in person, so it's very debatable.
Who me? I am robot.
Sakura Gakuin. Now, this idol group typically consisted of 10 to 12 girls, each between the ages of 10 and 15. Members would leave Sakura Gakuin once they completed junior high school. They would hold an actual
Pokemon music in the background, by the way.
I know. I'm just grooving to the music. I was like,
It's Pokemon music right there. Yeah.
Graduation, and new members would transfer into the group once the oldest members departed. At the time Sakura Gakuin formed in 2010, producer Kei Kobayashi, hereafter referred to as BABYMETAL, a lifelong metal fan working for the talent agency Amuse Incorporated, the agency that also owned Sakura Gakuin itself, BABYMETAL had a daring idea. What if, he asked, you could take the melodic singing and precise choreographed dance energy of J-pop idols and fuse it with the crushing guitars and thunderous drums of heavy metal? For the record, that's probably not how he sounds. He found his lead singer in Suzuka.
I thought that was exactly how he sounds. I feel misled in your video, sir.
Well, I actually think it's weird that now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever heard an audio recording of his voice ever. Does it exist? I don't know.
I actually might have it.
Oh.
Because when we did when we did the interview, I talked to him, and I think Joe was filming the whole thing. So I have heard his voice.
I've always wondered what his voice like. Does he have a deep voice? Does he have a higher voice?
I probably shouldn't release any of that or look into that because he likes to be very behind the scenes.
Right.
So, but
right. And I don't want to really say anything anybody doesn't want out there. But.
And he was awesome, very awesome, and very.
Nice.
He did not want to take a picture though. he turned me down right away. I was like, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, I do tend to reuse a lot of BABYMETAL pictures because there's only so many of them.
Yeah, because they're just fan photos of people catching them, right? Like off the distance. He
literally has the Bigfoot one, like the one that with the sunglasses. There's literally like Bigfoot pose. Like they caught him in the middle of walking.
He knew a little bit of English too, which was cool. So it was very like, hey, I'm like really. Forgot what I said exactly, but something along the lines like, I really respect the work that you've done. Like the music's awesome. He's like, oh, thank you very much. And I appreciate it. Or something along the lines of that. But it was kind of broken English, but not really. You can tell he knows it. He knows quite a bit.
I mean, he's been around. So, I mean, he's got to at least understand a lot of it, even if he doesn't speak it back, right?
Yeah. More than I was expecting. But which I shouldn't say that because he started working with a lot more artists, right? That knew English and stuff, and I'm not sure they do have a translator. They had a really good translator that was there. Man, it's so impressive with some of the translators how fast they do it on the spot, back and forth. Very impressive.
All right. That's like why they pay him the bucks,
right?
Nakamoto, a charismatic young performer with a remarkable voice and stage presence, who just so happened to be a founding member of Sakura Gakuin. BABYMETAL paired Suzuka with two younger girls also in Sakura Gakuin, named Moa Kikichi and Yui Misuno. Now, one of them would...
Yui's actually Momo Metal reincarnated. No, I was kidding.
I thought you were going to do something like, "Hey, you said their names wrong," since I brought that up before. Because now someone's going to come in the comments and be like, "Hey, you mispronounced the names."
I had to throw something in there about Yui. It's part of the thing. I have to do it every time. Will we ever?
As long as it's not about pronunciation.
Will we ever see the interview, Alan? No, because a certain special someone messed it up.
Yes.
Which, yeah. But anyways, we'll get into that another day. That could be for another podcast. We can talk about that more. I think it will be released after maybe a couple of years. I have a feeling this certain person might just throw it up there just because. when he's out of the industry. But no, it was not allowed to be posted. It was posted for like a split second, I believe, and it got shut down. They didn't even like that I had the preview of it in my video, which didn't even show anything. It just showed the behind the scenes. Very little behind the scenes. Didn't have anybody else in it but the girls. And they didn't like that either. If you were wondering what happened to that video, that's why that video is unlisted also. But yeah, that was weird. But I have faith that there will be a real interview with us in the future coming soon. So I think I will be able to pull it off. It's just gotta rebuild back up.
Later leave the group, but more on that later. Their synchronized dance moves would become a hallmark of the band's performance style, remaining so to this day. Suzuka was given the stage name Su Metal, Yui became Yui Metal, and Moa became Moa Metal, each name reflecting their fusion of idol identity with metal spirit. Their subunit in Sakura Gakuin was labeled at the time the Heavy Music Club, and they debuted publicly on November 28, 2010, at a Sakura Gakuin show, marking BABYMETAL's first live performance. The group's very first music piece, Doki Doki Morning, appeared on the Sakura Gakuin compilation album.
Wait, what is the thing about white t-shirt guy?
You don't know the white t-shirt guy?
I guess I don't. I do not.
So, I mean, the extent that I know is that it's pretty simple. He's going crazy during that very first performance of Doki Doki Morning, where there's like a crowd of people. He's up at the top front corner. Everybody else kind of looks more or less like they're just standing there, and he is just going absolutely bananas. And
That's awesome.
so that's like a thing. Like this guy who comments on lots of BABYMETAL channels that people know. His name's usually Ganimal or Banimal, depending on where you see him at. I think he was the first person to comment about something white t-shirt man. I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I saw it, and I realized I'd seen it before. I've noticed that, but I didn't realize there was other people noticing. Like, this one dude is just like really into it. He just knew how big they were going to get already. Like, he just knew.
Hey, you can't even call me a fake fan anymore. You remember that? That's impossible now. It's impossible to call me a fake fan. Remember? I thought I've already achieved. I'm the only fan that has achieved the status of can't be called a fake fan anymore. I thought that was a thing. What happened to that? Oh, I love that.
Someone says Banimal mentioned. Yeah, he was indeed. He gets around. He gets around the comments.
See, I found out about him eventually. Right now.
In April 2011.
Yeah, Eric's a fake fan, 100%. He still has not been to a concert. Come on.
And then as a limited edition DVD single that
6 years.
This began a tiny yet rapidly spreading wave of international attention.
Oh, Dalton, I was just joking.
Although BABYMETAL began with limited audience awareness, their YouTube presence changed everything. An abridged version of the music video for Doki Doki Morning, uploaded to Toy Factory's YouTube channel on October 12, 2011, spread beyond Japan. Western viewers were simultaneously intrigued and baffled. In 2012, they toured Japan under their own independent shows while releasing the singles for some of their earliest songs like Headbanger and Ijime Dame Zettai. This gained them recognition at both home and abroad. Somewhere amidst this time, their fan community adopted a fox sign hand symbol, and the term kitsune began use with...
All right, since I always have to, we got to talk about the mix on that part for that voice. All right, need to lower the volume just a little bit.
Hold on, I just got some lag for a second. I completely missed whatever was just said.
Oh, that sucks. Don't worry about it. It wasn't important. Just something about sound design.
Within the fandom. This fox sign originally came from the fact that when the girls of BABYMETAL first saw the devil horns from metal fans, they mistook the symbol for a fox, like in Fox Shadowplay, and decided to adopt this as their version of the horns. This was later included in the official BABYMETAL lore. The BABYMETAL lore is deep, and you can watch this video if you want to know more about that, because I will not be discussing it here. But just know that you can think of the fox sign as BABYMETAL's very own devil horns. So go ahead, parents, take your kids to see BABYMETAL. It's fine. By March 2013, Su-Metal graduated from Sakura Gakuin due to their age limitations, and the original likely course of action would have been for BABYMETAL to end. However, BABYMETAL did not end. It had proved so popular that Amuse decided it would continue as an independent band. This marked the official split of BABYMETAL from Sakura Gakuin And though Moa and Yui did continue with Sakura Gakuin until their respective graduations, they did remain with BABYMETAL also, and continued performing as BABYMETAL and Sakura Gakuin members until their graduation in 2015, at which point they became full-time and exclusive members of BABYMETAL.
GoldenEye.
Now, before we
I
get
can
further
see
into the
some
journey of
chat.
BABYMETAL as a
That's
separate
last
group, let's introduce you to the members of the band. Every member deserves a video.
Oh yeah, dude, my childhood just flashed before my eyes right now. Hardcore when that played.
Pretty much every background music I ever use is almost always going to be some old video game music. Just so you know.
That's awesome. And you don't get flagged for it. They haven't flagged you yet.
So almost never. There are a rare occasion where some random one does, and it is no rhyme, no reason, just for whatever reason. This one we want to claim. Most of the time, no. The newer ones, yes, but if I go old enough, not usually. So,
okay.
Because awesome. Most of mine are PS1 and 64 or earlier. So most of them, not all of them.
Gotcha.
Not all of them. I do have some PS2 in this one. So
of their own, due to how dense their histories are. So I'll put on screen here some member-specific videos that you can watch after this one. However, in order to understand what BABYMETAL is, you do need a grasp on some basics of each member. The team of BABYMETAL can be broken down into 3 basic categories. The main trio, who does the singing and dancing. The backing band, known as the Kami Band, who plays all the instruments at live performances. And then there is a third category that I will refer to as BABYMETAL HQ.
I think
which is everyone else who supports BABYMETAL in managing them, writing songs, and creating and teaching dance choreography. It's important to note before we continue in introducing the BABYMETAL members that all members of the team are important, and BABYMETAL would not truly exist without each one of them. But if you want to get down to brass tacks, by far, the most important and irreplaceable part of the team is the main trio. They are what truly set BABYMETAL apart from everyone else in the metal sphere, and they are the mascots of the team. In fact, much like the idols that inspired their inclusion in the metal project to begin with, each member of the trio has their own unofficial fan club within the fandom. Many fans have a favorite member and will express this fact vocally and loudly. So again, we have a lot to cover in this video, and I will only give the necessary information in these introductions for you to understand their importance in BABYMETAL and give a little bit of their personality. First up, we have Su-Metal. Birth name, Suzuka Nakamoto. Born December 20th, 1997.
This is the best definitive BABYMETAL guide just because of the music alone. Not gonna lie.
well, and none of the other ones have music unless it's a clip of BABYMETAL. So
Yeah.
well, Imaginations might, hers might, but
This is the best version already. We're not even 30 minutes in.
In Hiroshima, Japan. Before we get started on Suzuka, I'd like to clear up a common misconception. Many will tell you that Su-Metal is 5 foot and 1 inches tall. Even Google still says this, and when she began her career with BABYMETAL, sure, it was probably true. However, what many fans forget, and also Google forgets, Su-Metal was still growing when she joined BABYMETAL. And since then, she has grown to be somewhere around 5 foot 3 inches.
Is that true? Is that true?
While she was once the tallest member,
Fact check? We're gonna fact check them, or what's going on? This is our chance, everyone. We got to fact check them. Wait, I don't even.
she's got to be at least 5'3", but some people will say anywhere between 5'3" and
where
5'4".
did you find the Google version where it says how tall she is?
That's when you just Google it, it'll tell you 5'1". It'll just say 5'1", like that's somehow anywhere close to being true, and it's not.
What do you? Oh yeah, it says height 5'1". That's crazy. Google.
Yeah, it said that the entire time I've been a fan. It said that, and I'm like, that's not true.
Google does not stalk properly. You know.
No, it truly doesn't. Just sits there being a website.
she is no longer, but we will get to that later. She has spent her entire life performing, starting as young as 3 years old, acting and singing on camera. At age 8, she was accepted into the Actors School of Hiroshima, wherein she was first part of a named group. It was called Tween. Tween consisted of her and her older sister Himika, but their existence was brief and did not extend beyond Suzuka's time at the school. Suzuka auditioned for and was signed by a Muse talent agency in 2007, at which point she joined a group called Karen Girls. Karen Girls was a three-piece J-pop group that was created for the sole purpose of singing songs for an anime called Zettai Karen Children, and the band disbanded after the anime concluded a year later. Suzuka's next musical endeavor would come in the form of becoming a founding member of Sakura Gakuin, that school-themed J-pop idol group we talked about earlier.
So she was part of the very first group, Sakura
Yes.
Gakuin?
Founding member.
That.
Yep.
I didn't realize that she was a founding member for that. That's.
Absolutely.
惜しい。中本10の字が
I'm totally a fake fan for sure. 100%.
Well, hey, to be fair, my Achilles heel in the baby metal fandom is probably Sakura Gakuin. Like, I know a little, but there's a lot I don't know, and that is like something I'm kind of saving for like eventually getting more into. But
This is the definitive guide. You need to have everything here. This definitive
baby metal guide, not Sakura Gakuin.
Right,
I do consider that they're connected, but they are separate and deserve their own guides.
fair. And you did allude to that in the video already. Yeah.
Just like I think the fictional lore should also be created separately because it gets really confusing when you mix them. So I think it should stay separate.
I think
mostly.
definitive, though, when you hear that, it should include every single little aspect. Maybe.
To know who baby metal is, it does.
You need to have full on details of every area.
I mean, I didn't want to make it to be like three or 4 hours long. I mean, that's a big commitment. We're already pushing two.
I think you should do a 5-hour one after this.
Don't tempt me.
Come on, you already got the skeleton version of it already. You know, you just added more juice to it.
Part 2.
All right. Part 2, 5-hour version. Tell us if you want it.
It's gonna be like a billion.
Immediately
video.
upon the creation of Sakura Gakuin, Suzuka was chosen by producer BABYMETAL as the lead singer for the Heavy Music Club, better known today as the beginnings of BABYMETAL. The Heavy Music Club took most of Suzuka's time during her days in Sakura Gakuin, but you can still find videos of Suzuka's performances of songs that were not tied to BABYMETAL, as she still participated in Sakura Gakuin's other activities. She even became student council president in her last year at Sakura Gakuin, further illustrating her natural-born leadership mentality, which would and does still come into play in BABYMETAL's interactions with media. Metal still tends to lead interview Q&As, and, of course, she is still the lead singer of BABYMETAL. Speaking of lead singing, while Metal always takes the lead singer role...
Yeah, it's not popping up. Yep, that's about right. Sounds about right. I fucked up. Sorry. Just ignore that. Yeah, that was me fucking up shit.
No, I wanted. Maybe I'm wrong, but I made a subtle little joke in the guide just a moment ago that I don't think anyone ever said anything about, and I don't know if anyone's caught it. But in the video, I'm saying something about Sue having like a leadership mentality. But what I have on screen is her low scores testing wise for SG, so it's meant to be like, it's like, oh yeah, she's totally meant for leadership. But I don't think anyone's ever said anything about it, so I think it was too subtle.
I totally missed it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Sakura Gakuin,
Yeah.
further illustrating her natural-born leadership mentality, which would and does still come into play in BABYMETAL's interactions with media. Metal still tends to lead interview Q&As, and, of course, she is still the lead singer of BABYMETAL. Speaking of lead singing, while Metal always takes the lead singer role, she also has 4 solo songs that I will list in order of creation: Akatsuki, Rondo of Nightmare, Amore, and No Rain, No Rainbow. Sadly, the last time any of these were performed was April 2021, wherein Metal played piano and sang No Rain, No Rainbow. Since then, and she has not sang any of these solo songs. Now, this applies to all BABYMETAL's members to different degrees of intensity, but since Metal has done the most speaking, I will bring it up here. Metal and her counterparts in the trio have all worked extremely hard to improve their English speaking skills in interviews.
Gimme Choco lyrics mean it is about girls and women who love to eat chocolate, but they are afraid about putting on weight.
Comparing the early interviews to the most recent, you can see a wild difference.
We're so happy to be back in Hong Kong. We had a act out this after lunch, and then most of all we are so excited to see our fans.
And they have even made an effort to speak in other languages as well. BABYMETAL also has English words sprinkled throughout many of their actual songs, and they even have a few entirely in English, such as Believing, From Dusk Till Dawn, and the English versions of The One and Elevator Girl. Su-Metal has always dreamed of becoming a singer-songwriter, and obviously she achieved the first part almost immediately. But what you might not know without digging a bit is that Su-Metal has also now achieved the songwriter portion of this dream at least twice. First, with being a credited lyricist for Divine Attack, off of BABYMETAL's 2023 album The Other One, and more recently...
How did you get the anime U on there? How'd you figure that out?
The character?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'll make this short because I don't want to take too much time. But essentially, when I first started making content, I was still using like generative AI because I didn't know how I felt about it yet. I don't do that anymore and don't really support generative AI art so much. But people brought it to my attention like, hey, ethical whatever issues. I looked into it, decided, hey, I'm not going to use AI generative art anymore. So what I did was I put a solicitation out, say, hey, who's an artist who wants to do like, all right, I want to make a character and pay you for it. And a Instagram/YouTube artist, Yira, I don't know how to pronounce her last name correctly, but I said a bunch of videos. She made my avatar for me. I commissioned it. I told her, what I wanted in it, and she took a month or two and made me a bunch of different guys, and like same guy but different, poses and stuff. And now it's like a PNG tuber thing, and I just click and drag them onto wherever I want them, and that way I can still have, good audio by speaking closely to my phone. And then, because if I do like this, the audio is not going to be as good. So like that's why I don't do like the live action me with these types of videos. I feel like it works better with having a little guy, and then I can keep the audio consistent that way. So,
Gotcha. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, that's it. I paid for it.
Recently being the main credited songwriter for Metal Fourth's White Flame, releasing in 2025. While Su-Metal was chosen in 2010 for BABYMETAL due to her powerful vocal talent and charismatic stage presence, she has never stopped evolving her voice and adding talents to her toolkit. She surprises fans and non-fans alike with her incredible vocal range, having recently sang on a collaborative song with Tatsuya Kitani for the anime Hell's Paradise intro song for Season 2. This song has been highlighted by many fans as the highest pitch Su-Metal has consistently sung in throughout the duration of a song. Oh, and by the way, Su-Metal also learned how to rap for their song BMC, and did so again in 2025 with the release of Kawaii. Though there was a small section of the fandom that did not realize that the rapping in Kawaii was Su-Metal at first. Not that I was one of them.
We're sorry.
Now, despite Su-Metal being an absolute force of nature on stage...
Wait, is that real? Did people think it was Moa?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
So...
No.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't. Maybe I'm in a little bit of a bubble, but it seemed a pretty prevalent theory at the time, and I was one of the ones that thought it was her. So when the song first came out, a lot of people thought it was Moa doing it, and for me,
I come right back.
Stuffed toy,
okay.
and the fact that
Hey, repeat all that again. It's because my laptop wasn't plugged in. I'm so sorry. Repeat all that again. My bad.
hold on, I'm waiting for the screen to get back to normal because I have like a still screen.
Yeah, but
can you see me?
You can hear me. We can see you perfect. Can you hear me? He can't hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
I can hear you.
All right, repeat all that again about the still frame or what you were said. Just repeat all the stuff about Moa and the rapping thing.
Yeah. So when Kawaii first came out with the album, a lot of people thought that it was Moa and not Sue, and I was one of them because, in part, for me, Sue sounds, in my opinion, still different than she does on like BMC when she's rapping. So like the sound was a little bit different, and since Moa didn't really have like her own thing, like solo part in the other songs of the album, and a lot of people kind of like wanted to will that into existence. And then also, hey, she's talking about like stuffies, like plush toys in that part of the song, and that's what Moa is known for, like carrying around all the time. So there's a lot of little things that make people think that, myself included. But then when they performed it live, that was like the definitive, like, oh, it's Sue. But even before that, I think I found out before that because they did an interview where it's explicitly said that Sue was the one doing it. So when I saw that came out a little bit before the live performance. But when the live performance came out, the first one that they did, that was when a lot of people first were like, "Oh, it's Sue," and I saw Imagination post about this, I think, back when it happened, in frustration, because there are still people saying like, "Oh, well, she's like on the track, it's still Moa, but Sue's doing it live." And I'm like, I don't think so. I think it's Sue on the track too. But that being said, I fully support them making a version where it's Moa. Just saying.
That would be cool. I wonder if I thought the same. I would need to watch my first time reaction, and because I'm curious, because I'm not sure what I said, and I normally separate the tracks and everything, so I would be curious to hear what I said during it.
When I made my ranking for the Metal Fourth album, I still thought it was Moa, so there's still a history in my own videos of me talking all about how it's cool that Moa's got that rap part, and she totally does not. So, yeah, that's just out there. So,
I wonder what I thought. Anybody that saw my reaction, let me know in the chat. Do you guys remember what I said for that? I don't remember.
Age, commanding audiences and being the only human being who can win a staring contest against Medusa, the real Suzuka, behind the persona known as Sue Metal, is kind of a huge dork.
Popcorn, potato chips, chocolate, cookies, lots of snacks. Yeah. I'm afraid to go alone.
And as many fans will agree, we use that term in the most endearing way. There is an underlying silliness and fun-loving quality behind every stare, and yes, even every crucifix. And these qualities are not exclusive to Sue Metal. It's time to talk about the Princess of Mischief, Moa Metal. Moa Metal.
By the way, I didn't say who my favorite was, but mine's Moa. If you guys didn't already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You do have a definitive answer.
I do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Moa.
Okay. Is there an explanation behind that? It's okay. It can just be a gut feeling. You don't have to put it into words.
I had a whole thing, and I don't remember why. I don't know. Yes, this was my favorite. They were like, "Who's your favorite?" I'm like, Moa Metal, 100%. I don't know.
I don't think you're alone. I think there's
I thought she was the coolest one out of all of them. So yeah.
Well, I did run a poll way back, like when I first did my first like everything about video.
BABYMETAL, that's
I think she won.
BABYMETAL, like oh my god, like when they would do her and Yui, when they would do the songs, I just love those songs so much.
The Black BABYMETAL?
Yeah, the Black BABYMETAL.
It's good. It's good songs. What's your favorite Black BABYMETAL song?
Fucking all of them. That one I don't have a favorite.
You gotta pick one.
I don't know.
And don't say sis anger like every other metalhead unless it's true, because every metalhead is like all about sis anger, and it's a great song. But I feel like that's the like default like I'm a metal guy answer, and I'm a metal guy, but it's not my favorite.
See, I don't consider myself a metalhead.
Okay.
I definitely get.
For me, it's GJ. For me, it's GJ all day. All day.
You know,
and
what?
There is not a close second. That is by a fairly large margin my favorite.
On another video, let's watch all of the Black BABYMETAL songs and rank them.
I'd love to.
I think GJ might be mine too. Actually, now that I think about it,
it's the catchiest. It's the catchiest while still being heavy.
There's one that's really good that I love live more than just listening to it, but because it's too repetitive, I can't remember which one it is. Because the most recent BABYMETAL I've been listening to is just the newer stuff.
You said one of the Black BABYMETAL songs you thought was too repetitive?
There's one of them. This song 4 is also really good. I
feel like GJ might be the most repetitive one, even though I love it.
Was it song 4 that was? I don't know. I love it because they introduced like the Limp Bizkit elements in it, and I was always a big fan of Limp Bizkit. And with Black BABYMETAL, they bring in some of those elements in there with it.
That's on Adari. That's on Adari Dissection. That has the Limp Bizkit sample in it.
Yeah. Yeah, it has a sample in it. I don't know if that's my favorite, but it's definitely up there.
That's my second favorite. That's your second, that's my second favorite. Yeah.
I couldn't remember the name. That's why I was like, fuck. I have it in my head right now. Like, what was the name again?
Well, I guess
I remember.
I guess I shouldn't keep saying favorites if we're gonna rank them later. So I guess I'll.
We should
This could always change. This could always change.
Yeah. We'll have a video where just like we check out all 4 of them or favorites. I like all of them in general, but there's a couple of them that are more for the live show, in my opinion. There's a couple songs.
Live does make a difference.
There's a couple songs that I just enjoy better live. I will never listen to Papaya in the car. It's just I love it live, but I will never listen to that song on my own. I don't know. It's not the same, and I just don't enjoy it as much. However, BMC, I didn't like at first, saw it live, absolutely loved it, and I can still listen to that in the car. So it's weird. There's certain songs that I feel that way.
BMC is top tier baby metal for me.
That's wild. It is
one of my absolute favorite songs.
I don't know how
on the earth.
Why?
It's got to be the drummer in me. It's got to be the drummer in me. I love rhythmic songs the most, and it's also stupid heavy. Like it has like the lowest tuning and like the rhythm, and I do like rap metal when it's done like I like because it's got rhythm to it. I love music that like makes you have to move. Like you just have to. I cannot listen to BMC and not move myself. Like I can't.
It's one of the reasons why I love baby metal is because it took all my nostalgic metal that I like and just threw it in that constant upbeat tempo that I love. I think that's why they just ended up being one of my favorites because I really like that style. I love upbeat metal. First off, I'm not a big fan of the droning and drowning out like slow moving type metal.
I'm kind of the same way.
And there's a lot of bands that people mention. I'm like, yeah, they're good. I just can't get into it. I think Opeth or so, like bands like that. I just couldn't get into. And I understand they're great and stuff, and everyone loves them and talks all this. I'm like, maybe it might be different. Maybe if I listen to them now, there is bands that I stopped listening. There's a 90s band that I never listened to, but then I do cover bands or was in cover bands a lot. And there's one band that My Chemical Romance, hated that band for the longest time. Then I had to learn 3 of their songs. Absolutely fell in love with the band. I'm like, wow, this band's actually really good. Well, like I really slept on this band. Then I just started listening to them. I'm like, wow, I was so wrong because
they're so good. They're so good.
They are like geniuses. Like I was learning the guitar work, and I'm like, this is actually good guitar. This isn't what I thought. I thought it was some like cheesy like riffs or whatever with people like singing about depression. You know what I mean? I was like part of that stage, like
emo kid music.
I hated the emo kids thing that came out. You got to remember, I was into death metal at the time, like the band Death and Carcass and All That Remains and Avenged Sevenfold. When they first started, they were more of that style too. So when I heard
I was both. Like I looked like an emo kid, and I was into that music too. But I was like, when I was in high school, I was starting to get into things like Lamb of God was like an earlier one, but then I love
Lamb of God. That was like what
Lamb of God is great.
I learned
Lamb of God is great.
I became good at guitar because of that band, All That Remains, and Avenged Sevenfold. Because of
like
learning
Laid to Rest.
Laid to Rest. Yeah.
Oh man.
Like one of the first songs I learned.
Or Now You've Got Something to Die For.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That song I saw at the festival that they have in California. What is it called? I went there to interview Hanabiye.
Oh no.
Which I just said their name wrong again. Fantastic. But anyways,
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Anyways, I interviewed them there or got pictures and stuff like that, and I can't remember the name of the festival. They have it every year in California. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Saw Lamb of God. Woo! The energy, was just phenomenal. Phenomenal. Anyways, back to the video.
Real name Moa Kikuchi was born on July 4th, 1999 in Nagoya, Japan. And as the mother of baby metal video guides once said,
American independence who? I only know Moa Metal.
Moa Metal fills one of the 2 spots of the dance unit entitled Scream and Dance. While the dance part can be taken rather literally, the scream part of Scream and Dance is often misunderstood to simply be referring to the backing vocals provided by the members who aren't the lead singer.
I know, Troy. I forget every time.
But if you want a good example of what the scream part really is, you can watch Moa's performance of GJ in 2021. Essentially, the scream and dance position gives the responsibility of guiding the audience in what parts of the song they are meant to shout or scream back to the group on stage. The position is about connecting the audience to the girls on stage with active, guided participation. You are not simply meant to watch, you are meant to be interacting directly with BABYMETAL. And this practice is taken directly from J-pop idol practices. Now, if there are two things you should know about BABYMETAL up front, the first of these is that BABYMETAL is seriously short, standing at just shy of 5 feet tall. She is small. You might catch BABYMETAL telling you she's not, though. Additionally, BABYMETAL's smallness is consistently referenced in the fandom, and often joked about. In fact, insisting BABYMETAL is not short has become such a recurring joke that you would be forgiven for actually believing she's not small. But she is. She is small. And short. And she's short. And she's small. Now, the only BABYMETAL fact that can rival just how small she is how much she loves food. BABYMETAL loves food. You may think you love food, but you don't. BABYMETAL loves food. And
You know what? That was why. That was one of the first reasons why. It was about the food stuff.
She does love food.
Yeah. Because my friend Joey and I have this obsession. Like wherever we go, we try restaurants out, and we'll like go to 4 or 5 of them in a day. We just love eating. We just love the vibe of just sitting around with a group of people having like fun shit talking session while eating some good food. you know that banter, right, with friends where you're just like talking shit the whole time, having a good time, trying food,
absolutely,
and judging it.
Well, yeah, you gotta try new food and go new places too. I mean, that's just like, you can't just go to McDonald's or something. You gotta get like some, hey, what do they have here? That I'm not going to get somewhere else. Like we did that in Tennessee when we were driving across the country one time and got some really good barbecue.
So our biggest thing is we try the pizza because we love pizza. From New York, of course. My dad owned a pizza shop. My dad had a pizza shop. He had one of the best. He actually won competitions with his chicken wing pizza or whatnot. But we love pizza. And it's funny, the last thing we did was we tried Connecticut pizza and we were like, we don't get it. why is this some of the best pizza? It makes no sense. But it was fun times. That was when we saw Hanabi live. So we went and tried. We saw him in Connecticut, and we did the interview on the tour bus. And then we went and tried all the famous Connecticut pizza. There was one that was really good. I can't remember the name. There was one, but it was hyped up so much. And then when we finally tried it, we're like, huh? There's like no flavor. We like a lot of that.
That happened to me with a couple of pizza places in New Jersey when I was up there. That people would like rave about, and then I got it and it was like, it wasn't bad. It was pizza.
You know what's good in New Jersey that shocked me? Bagels. Bagels are fucking awesome in New Jersey. I don't know why.
I don't know if I ever got any local bagels up there, but I knew a guy who would go specifically over to New York to get bagels he knew were good, and he would bring them back. And because he was from New York, and he was like, "Oh, I'll bring back some bagels from New York, and you're gonna love them." But I don't know. For me, don't take this the wrong way. For me, a bagel's a bagel. Like, it's bread. But bread.
It isn't. Here's the main ingredient that makes and breaks anything that has to do with bread. It's the water. I tell everyone this. It is the fucking water. It changes everything. If you have anything bread related here in a desert, it's dry, it's brittle. If they're not using water softener, it's not going to be as good as you get something up north where it's like soft, has as much moist feeling to it.
Moisture?
Is that a word? Is that a word? We're going?
Sure. Sure. Of course. Of course.
Can't talk today, all right? Not only do I have canker sores on the side of my tongue, I'm also bad at it.
That's rough, buddy.
2 back-to-back canker sores on the side of my tongue. Go fucking figure. Like, been not numbing the side of my face every 30 minutes. Horrible. Anyways, back to the video.
We'll talk about it in nearly every interview you see her in. If the window to talking about food is even slightly cracked, BABYMETAL will swoop in and open up that window as if escaping a burning building to proclaim her love for food. Now that that's out of the way, let's talk about BABYMETAL's actual BABYMETAL history. BABYMETAL began her performance career young, though not as young as Su-metal, and was signed by Muse in 2007 after winning the Cowgirl audition competition, which consisted of 10,000 contestants which is frankly absurd and a testament to how invaluable she would become. In 2010, just like Suzuka, Moa joined the group Sakura Gakuin, though in Moa's case, she would join not only the heavy music club, later known as BABYMETAL, but she also took part in other subunits of Sakura Gakuin, such as the Mini Patti Cooking Club and the Twinkle Stars Baton Club. It is nary relevant to BABYMETAL in 2026, but as a fan, you should probably know, Moa's bandana was green. You'll just get points for knowing that. As stated before, Moa Metal was a part of BABYMETAL from day one, and even after Su Metal graduated in 2013, Moa Metal continued to be part of the standalone group BABYMETAL while continuing her time at Sakura Gakuin.
Wow.
By the time she graduated in 2015 and went off into the sunset with BABYMETAL full-time, she too, like Su Metal, had become Student Council President. And just to throw it out there, of all the BABYMETAL members, if any one of them were to run for like a real-life president position, Moa Metal would be the best fit.
American Independence Who? I only know Moa Metal.
Throughout BABYMETAL's performance history, Moa has truly lived up to her nickname, Angel of Love, sometimes referred to as the Angel of Smile. She is the most interactive with fans, especially her female fans, and she was the smiliest permanent member of BABYMETAL for 13 years. Again, more on that later. Now next up in our trio is Yui Metal. Yui Metal, real name Yui Misono, is the first and only former permanent member of BABYMETAL's lineup. Yui Metal's time with BABYMETAL started with its inception and ended in 2018. We will cover the details of Yui's departure, but first, let's just celebrate Yui Metal for a moment.
Ooh,
Yui was born on June 20th, 1999 in Kanagawa, Japan.
It's very tame.
Just a few weeks before Moa was born. Like Moa, Yui also began her public life at an early age, such as magazine and TV commercial work. Yui was signed by Amuse and joined Sakura Gakuin at the exact same time as Moa. Like Moa, Yui was also a part of the Sakura Gakuin subunits Twinkle Stars and Mini Patti Cooking Club, though Yui's bandana was yellow. Yui and Moa spent so much time together they may as well have been real sisters. Likewise, BABYMETAL chose both Yui and Moa as a pair when selecting them for BABYMETAL, primarily due to their similar height giving them something of a twin effect. They came in together and did everything together. I know I said we were going to...
You heard what he said, right? He said a twin effect. For those that know, you know what I'm talking about here. I'll tell you later.
celebrate Yui, but I believe remembering her closeness to Moa is one of the most important ways to honor Yui's lasting legacy in BABYMETAL.
There's a famous
Now, to set Yui apart from Moa, Yui is widely considered to be the best dancer in BABYMETAL, past and present, at least in terms of precision. Moa did have to work harder to become as good as she is. But Yui seemed a natural talent, and even gained the nickname YuiBot, in part due to this incredible precision, but also her lag in interviews is often cited as a reason for that nickname as well. Robots lag, and so does Yui. And by lag, I mean being really, really alert during every moment of every interview ever. Also, Yui loves tomatoes. According to Su Metal, she eats them raw.
No problem.
Her love for tomatoes has caused fans to this day to refer to her as Tomato Princess, or use tomato emojis when referring to her in text form. Anyways, back to BABYMETAL. Yui Metal filled the second position of Scream and Dance, alongside Moa Metal, personifying one of her other nicknames, Angel of Dance. For 8 years, Yui Metal gave herself to BABYMETAL, but in 2018, she officially left the group due to medical concerns from her doctor. The details of her medical issues have never been...
Sonic Eye says, Gaby, Gaby can just check it later on the VOD and see how you were trash talking him. What is he talking about it?
Is it talking about the part when I couldn't hear you and you said don't worry?
Oh, was I trash?
Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know. Maybe,
I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably in the middle of the video. It's going to take him forever to get to this part.
Oh.
disclosed,
Cool.
and frankly, they shouldn't be, despite what some fans want. She gave an official statement in which she thanked the fans and...
So, anyways, that comment you made about, like, you know, like twin looking, right? I have this reaction video to Road to Resistance that I got dragged through the dirt for a very long time.
You confused him, didn't you?
But I feel justified by this video. Let's say I'll just say yes. I confused them, but it goes a little bit more than that. You got to watch the reaction video, you know.
Okay.
You should react to it, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we could do it on this podcast. You can check out.
I will say, when I first got into them, yeah, like at the beginning, I had a little hard time, telling them apart because like I just wasn't used to their specific differences.
Yeah.
That would that's just I wasn't familiar. I don't know how long exactly it took me to be like, okay, I know that's you, I know that's Mo, but especially when they're dancing, crossing stage like direction, they're not always in the same spot because they're moving around. Like, come on, it's like don't bust someone's chops over too bad.
We'll do another podcast where we react to my Road to Resistance reaction. You'll get a kick out of it.
Sounds good.
Apologized for her absence leading up to her official departure. Just recently in 2025, Amuse officially removed Yui from contract, and she is now officially and by all ties done with the entertainment industry. That being said, Yui Metal was an inexplicably important part of Baby Metal in its most formative years, and remains an integral part of their history. Some fans hold on to her too hard, and others brush her off too easily, depending on which members they prefer, and when they became a fan, but as most things, the right place to be lies somewhere in the middle. What's important is that Yui Metal is now living her life in peace. That brings us to the fourth member of the trio and the most recent addition to Team Baby Metal. Momo Metal, birth name Momoko Okazaki, was born in Fukuoka Prefecture. And wouldn't you know it, the country called Japan. Because it is one of her many nicknames, and because it is exceedingly fun to say, I will mostly refer to Momoko from here on as simply Momo. Though you should know she has many other nicknames to include Momo-chan, Moko-chan, Momito, and my actual favorite nickname, Momozilla, which really only began getting popular in 2025. Now, Momo began performing significantly later in life than all the other Baby Metal girls, having little record of performing or modeling prior to signing with Amuse in 2014, though she did some dance training beginning at age 9. While in Sakura Gakuin, she notably was also part of the Mini Potty Cooking Club, and donned the yellow bandana just like Yui Metal, which is the closest thing to real-life prophecy could really hope for. It's also worth noting that Momo's dream was to dance and become a backup dancer to a famous artist. How fitting that she would one day fill the shoes of the angel of dance Yui Metal. So how does Momo set herself apart from her peers so quickly in any given environment? It's pretty simple, really. Have you ever been around someone who smiles so much that their happiness is infectious? That's Momo. Remember how I said that Moa Metal was the smiliest Baby Metal member for 13 years? That is because it was 13 years into Baby Metal's life that Momo officially joined the team. And no one outsmiles Momo.
No one.
Momo smiles like her life depends on it, like she is trying to convince you that there is, in fact, no war in Ba Sing Se. Where Su Metal brought the voice, Moa Metal brought the love, and Yui Metal brought the moves, Momo Metal brought the joy. If there is one thing that every fan can plainly see about Momo, it is that when she joined Baby Metal, everyone became visibly happier. On stage and in interviews, this is not a debatable fact. Baby Metal's years without Yui Metal and without a third member were tough for the fans, and for Baby.
I was going to say something like, she was the most voted, I would say, by fans in general when they were wondering who the third person was going to be. Everyone it was like if everybody already knew she was going to be chosen, hands down.
And I wasn't like around like back when they were like still having the Avengers and like being unsure about that. So like it's pretty weird coming in now, hearing about it, because I feel like there are some people that don't necessarily like share that part of it. I feel like I only found out recently that like the majority of opinions were like.
When did you start? When did you start being a fan?
Early 2024. So while I did hear them earlier than that for the first time, I don't include that in the fandom part of me because it was like, hey, I heard them, and then I kind of didn't for like years, and then I actually became a fan, and it was only like a couple songs back when I first heard them. So that I knew nothing about them besides their name and like 3 songs. So my actual fandom was 2024.
Gotcha. And see, for me, it was 2020. And it's interesting to still hear about new fans joining. That's really cool. Just getting to know them. And when I became a fan, Yui was already out. So,
yeah.
And I remember saying during the live streams, I'm like, that sucks. I didn't even think I was going to see them live because they hadn't done anything. in a long
Oh
time.
yeah, in 2020.
And
yeah.
in 2020, we're like, are they ever going to get back together and come out with anything? And then when they came out with that album, which the name of it's eluding me, but it's 10. It was the 10 songs we did. It's with Mirror Mirror. What's the name of that album?
The other one?
The other one. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I like. Why can't I remember the name of it? But
Well, so that came out, if I'm not mistaken, 2023, right before they returned from their hiatus.
so that's a very long time for
Yeah.
me becoming a fan and waiting that long for them to come
That
out
long
with
for
music.
an album.
And then
Yeah.
actually see them live, and unfortunately being able to meet them, which is wild. Still, this doesn't even feel real. I feel like it never even happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all a little peanut butter and jealous over here.
But it doesn't even feel like it happened. It doesn't. Like that whole time period, 2020 to 2024, or even till 2025, is still weird. Like the whole time frame is just absolutely weird. But anyways,
Metal. But Momo Metal came into Baby Metal knowing that the best way to cheer up a sour attitude is getting them to laugh really hard. It truly shows that Momo's dad in real life is a well-known Japanese comedian. Now, Momo is
I didn't
just
know that.
barely squeezing out to the spot of tallest Baby Metal member. But that's not why they call her Momozilla. No, not yet. We haven't gotten to that part. See, Momo did not have the opportunity to join the heavy music club when she was in Sakura Gakuin, even though she specifically expressed that desire, as Baby Metal separated from Sakura Gakuin the year prior to Momo joining in 2015. So instead, she did not see a stage with Baby Metal until 2019, and did not officially join them as a permanent member until 2023. So what was she doing that whole time? Well, again, we have full videos on the members and their individual lives, but I will give you a lightning round of the most notable fan-known events from 2014 to 2023. And keep in mind that some of these overlap. Momo performed with Sakura Gakuin as stated in Minipati Cooking Club and Science Logica Club until she graduated in 2018. Momo modeled for Loveberry magazine. Momo was in a movie called Mischievous Kiss in 2016. Momo sang and danced in a well-known by fans video called Gu Choke Pa de Pumpkin, and it is absolutely delightful. Momo performed in the Black Butler musical as Elizabeth Midford in 2017 and 2018, and is the only time Momo has had blonde hair. Though, like, it's probably a wig, right?
wow.
In August of 2019, after graduating from Sakura
It did
Gakuin
look
and
like a
after
wig,
studying
though,
English abroad
for
for
a
a
second.
I
year,
think that one was.
Momo made her first appearance on a stage with Baby Metal at Super Slippa 10 as an Avenger. The Avengers were a team of backup dancers for Baby Metal that filled the void of Yui Metal's absence between the time she departed and when Momo Metal was officially named a permanent member. So no, this was not yet Momo Metal's debut. We will cover the Avengers more extensively, but for now, just know that they are specifically not permanent members of Baby Metal. Don't believe me? Here's Momo auditioning for a spot in a K-pop group called Kepler as part of a 2021 competition, clearly indicating that she was not yet fully committed to Baby Metal just yet. But honestly, we can't be that mad about that because this competition gave us some truly iconic moments. Most notably, Momo playing a Blackpink song on kazoo. No self-respecting Baby Metal fan can call themselves as such without being familiar with this kazoo performance. Just
My
one
first
of
time
many
hearing
silly
it.
moments that technically have nothing to do with Baby Metal, and yet fans bring it up.
That's my first time hearing it.
I saw that video, or at least a clip of that video, so many times in like the very early stages because it was just always going around. So I thought I was late to seeing it.
I just want you to know that you guys are just trying to sway it, but Moa Metal was number 1 in the poll. Now she's tied with Sue Metal. Moa Metal was ahead by 35%. Hey guys, make sure you like the video, vote on our random stupid polls because they're definitive polls that have 100% truth to them once decided.
Yes, all opinions are 100% true.
Yes.
All.
Constantly anyway. That's the idol culture, baby. Say what you will about it, but its roots are the reason for this sort of member-focused attention. Don't pretend like you don't love every minute of this. Now we have a grasp on the trio of girls that make up what truly makes Baby Metal different from any other group. But we do still have to talk about a few other members of the team. Don't worry, these sections will be far more brief, but you should know about them. First, and most importantly, you heard me mention Kei Kobayashi, better known as BABYMETAL. He is the brains behind BABYMETAL. He is the one who came up with the idea.
Bro, Banjo-Kazooie? The fuck, bro? I'm like...
That is one of my all-time favorite games, and it's like top N64 game, except maybe Zelda.
I agree. I played the crap out of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. We used to... That was what we played after we got sick of 007 because they had the multiplayer on there where you like literally shoot eggs out of the bird's ass.
Yeah. Banjo-Kazooie is a game I replay at least once a year, if not more, just because it doesn't take long to get through the first one. The second one's lengthy.
The story is fun. It's so fun.
Such a fun game.
Do you remember Conker's Bad Fur Day? Yeah. Like all those games.
It's like M-rated Banjo.
Handpicked its original members, and he remains the manager to this day. BABYMETAL is also primarily responsible for any of the fictional lore you hear about.
What?
Sorry, that picture makes you crack up. I don't know why. Something about the way he's standing. I don't know. The one the baby bone suit.
First, and most importantly, you heard me mention Kei Kobayashi, better known as BABYMETAL. He is the brains behind BABYMETAL. He is the one who came up with the idea, handpicked its original members, and he remains the manager to this day. BABYMETAL is also primarily responsible for any of the fictional lore you hear about surrounding BABYMETAL, but trust me when I say you really don't need to know the lore to understand BABYMETAL. I will bring up what you need to know about, but it is truly a topic for another video. Oh, hey, look!
Hey, I'm wearing your Avatar shirt. Just saying.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I specifically requested Yera to have me wearing that shirt because I wanted it to be a BABYMETAL shirt. I was like, well, that's my favorite one, even though I don't personally own it, just because it's my favorite.
I love
collab.
it.
So.
I love it. That makes sense.
It is the most awkward one to wear for people who don't know because it says baby slaughter on it. So people who don't know what that is, well.
That's my.
They might have some feelings.
That's my favorite reason to why I wear it.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, a lot of people won't be able to read the slaughter unless they already like metal. So
I had. I just want people to come up to me like, "Hey, what does that say?" and just get their reaction like, "Oh, it says baby slaughter," and just like stare them deadpan into their eyes and just be like, "Baby slaughter," just stare down their soul. I have a sick sense of humor, guys. Sorry.
Video. Anyway, BABYMETAL had been a producer at Amuse Talent Agency since 1996 and is a long-time fan of metal music. Part of his inspiration to create BABYMETAL had to do with his feeling that, in his eyes, metal was in need of some serious Gen Z if it was going to become more popular again.
I'm old! Oh, I'm like the Crypt Keeper!
But it wasn't until he heard Suzuka sing with the Karen Girls that he was able to confidently say,
What have you done? Trust me!
Suzuka's vocals were so powerful that he was confident she would not be overpowered by loud and thunderous drums and guitar of metal music. Now, on to Mikiko Mizuno, or Mikiko Metal. In case you haven't noticed by now, everyone who becomes a part of BABYMETAL is given a metal name, which usually just means sloppily slapping metal at the end of your name. I find the simplicity of this trope rather amusing when seeing the lengths to which BABYMETAL went to confuse us all with his nonsensical lore. Anyway, Mikiko Metal is BABYMETAL's choreographer, a position not commonly needed in a metal band. But this is BABYMETAL we're talking about. Mikiko Metal was already working for Amuse before the formation of BABYMETAL, and BABYMETAL just walked across the hall and promptly stole her talents for his own purpose. To make BABYMETAL the dance freaks that they are, she was able to create a new form of choreography that would work with metal music, making her yet another pioneer within this BABYMETAL project. Creativity and innovation truly found a home at Amuse in 2010. And it may be stating the obvious, but without the dancing in BABYMETAL, well, they truly would just be another good metal band struggling to stand out in a sea of talent. Now lastly, for our Baby Metal band members, we would be remiss if we did not discuss, the band. See, the music of Baby Metal is largely written and produced by a variety of talents, and when Baby Metal first performed live, they began sharing the stage with the Baby Bones Band. This version of Baby Metal's backing band did not, in fact, play the instruments, but rather held guitars, bass, and drumsticks in their hands while dancing around and trying honestly not that hard to look authentic. Which I think is actually more respectable than attempting to pass it off as real. They knew what they were. However, eventually in March of 2014, a team of live-playing session musicians became a permanent fixture of Baby Metal's live performances. This backing band became known as the Kami Band, and they are still a part of Baby Metal today, though they have changed members multiple times. For Kami Band East, who performed with Baby Metal from 2014 to 2023, we have these guys right here. A special mention to the late Mikio Fujioka, who was a phenomenal guitar player for the band and even gained his own nickname, Kogami. He passed away in 2018, sadly, due to injuries sustained after he fell while he was stargazing. Now for the Kami Band West, who began playing with Baby Metal in 2019, and have now become the regular performing band for Baby Metal internationally. However, I wouldn't get too attached. Despite them not playing the instruments, Baby Metal's identity truly lies with the main trio of girls, and the Kami Band thus far has always been designed to consist of replaceable members, which may sound bad, but many of the Kami Band members, both East and West, have other career involvements outside of Baby Metal, and families with young children. So having their position be fillable by someone else is not a bad thing, and is frankly the name of the game for session musicians like them. Now, have you had enough of member bios? Great. Now we can finally start the video. We will soon go through a timeline of events that got Baby Metal to where they are today, but first, now that we have some member-specific information covered, there are some general Baby Metal isms to be...
I may be biased, but again, best music in a documentary ever.
I'm here to please the 90s nerds right here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here to do.
I literally was playing a video game while watching that video at the same time. I know you guys all saw me watching, but in my head, I was playing Banjo-Kazooie. I am now playing Mario.
Nice.
Be aware of as a blossoming fan, or if you're just curious. First, remember when we talked about the fox sign that Baby Metal uses instead of the devil horns that metalheads have been using for the better part of a century? We called it a kitsune. Well, kitsune is also a term used for fans. This is an individual term, however, and the entire fandom as a whole is referred to as the One, a term coined by Baby Metal themselves for which they wrote a song of the same name in both Japanese and English. Now, sometimes girl fans call themselves megitsunes instead of kitsune.
By the way, The One is such a great song, and I wish I could hear that song live. I would absolutely love to hear it live.
me and you both.
But there's
maybe one of these times.
There's one version of it though that gets me to tear up every fucking time. It's with Mikio playing. Oh, and the guitar just sings during the entire song. It's phenomenal. And every time I hear it after that version, I'm like, it's good, but it's not as good as that one version of it. And I can't remember which live video it's from, but it's absolutely fantastic.
Which is just the female version, and also the name of one of Baby Metal's earliest and most beloved songs. Another thing to know, Baby Metal always greets and says goodbye in the exact same way.
We are Baby Metal.
They always greet one at a time and begin with Sue, working down from eldest to youngest member.
Hello, Hong Kong. Sue Metal です。One Metal です。Momo Metal です。Now they hi, Baby Metal.
In Japanese, one introduces themselves by saying your name, followed by the word des. Since this word sounds like the English word death, Baby Metal intentionally flubs the word and blurs the line between des and death. And yes, they also have a song about this trope as well. They like to make songs about things, so when they introduce themselves or when they perform the song Baby Metal Death and you ask yourself, are they saying des or death? The answer is yes. Now that we have covered the greeting, the way they say goodbye is also always the same, though much easier to understand.
See you. See you. See you. See you. See you. See you. See you.
Now, besides how they say hello and goodbye, Baby Metal has another catchphrase you should know, and one that is marked online comment.
Hey, I know where that footage came from. I was there for that footage.
That's a nice, very high quality footage interview that I like to use.
Yep.
It's a very crisp video.
Commonly with an acronym.
Only the fox God knows.
Exactly what it is.
Only the Fox God knows. And it is what Baby Metal says in interviews whenever they cannot or do not want to answer a question. The Fox God is a part of the fictional Baby Metal lore, and in the lore, Baby Metal are messengers of the Fox God, here to spread metal to the world and also to just save heavy metal. Koba Metal is their intermediary and helps interpret the words of the Fox God to Sue, Moa, Yui, and Momo. Most of the lore is not important for you to know as a fan, but you should really know at least who the Fox God is. Last note before we begin following Baby Metal's journey is be aware April 1st is known as Fox Day, and on this day, Baby Metal has a long history of revealing large-scale announcements to their fans. It is Baby Metal's holiday. Just last year, in 2025, Baby Metal released a look at their new costume design, a look at their upcoming tour schedule, and officially announced a brand new album that would later release that year. Alright, so now you know what you need to know about Sue Metal, Moa Metal, Yui Metal, and Momo Metal. You've been introduced to Koba Metal and Mikiko Metal to understand what goes on behind the scenes, and you can recognize some of the Kami Band members. You've learned some basic lore and Baby Metal isms that illustrate the core of their personality, so let's get into some Baby Metal performance history. Let's see how Baby Metal went from metal band separated from Sakura Gakuin to absolute global sensation, now that its individual pieces have been made clear to you. In November of 2010, Baby Metal had their very first performance, featuring just their first ever song, Doki Doki Morning. Please take note of the white t-shirt man giving 110%. Be like the white t-shirt man. Back during this performance, Baby Metal was still with Sakura Gakuin, so that song was released on a Sakura Gakuin album, and then later as a digital single. And as mentioned before, a music video in 2011. Doki Doki Morning's music video going viral led to, in March 2012, a collaboration CD between Baby Metal and the Japanese band Akiba of Akiba, which featured each band covering each other's songs. Akiba of Akiba covered Doki Doki Morning, and Baby Metal covered Animation with You.
I've been pronouncing that wrong, or did you pronounce it wrong? I always said Kaiba.
They assumed it was Kiba because we usually pronounce I's like E. So, to be fair,
Kaiba.
I just assumed because typically the E is the sound for the I for the Japanese speaking folks. But
they would also later
perform
these songs live. In August 2012, Baby Metal performed at the Summer Sonic Music Festival in Japan, becoming the youngest performers to ever join their lineup. Summer Sonic is a long-established festival, having began in the year 2000, and when Baby Metal joined the lineup for this performance, they were given a small stage by the food court, which was typically meant for like stand-up comedians, and the tickets were sold out before Baby Metal even joined the festival. They were worried that because of this, there wouldn't be a turnout for their performance, but despite this, their performance drew crowds in. On October 6th of that same year, 2012, the first ever emergence of the Kami Band appeared to audiences for 2 songs. Though as mentioned before, they would not become a permanent fixture until 2 years later. More importantly, however, October 6 was also the first appearance of Black Baby Metal. It is important to know what Black Baby Metal is for any self-respecting Baby Metal fan. Beginning with their very first album, Baby Metal created a sub-unit within themselves, called Black Baby Metal. It consisted of all the same members as regular Baby Metal minus Sue Metal. So the Kami Band remained on stage and Moa and Yui Metal took center focus. Black Baby Metal, in a functional sense, was created to give Sue Metal a break during performances, but they did not sing Sue Metal's songs. They created their very own songs, and they were intended to fall under a different genre, a more hip-hop nu metal oriented sound. In fact, they even sampled a brief Limp Bizkit clip in their most popular Black Baby Metal song, Anadari Daisakusen. Also, I think it's really funny that when
I remember noticing that right away. I fucking freaked out in my reaction to it.
Yes.
I was like, "What? Was that Fred?"
Yeah.
Like,
Yep. And the crazy thing for me was when I first heard that song, I had the same reaction. Like I knew exactly what it was,
Yeah.
and I never saw anyone mention it. And I was like, are this many people really not aware, or is it just like, of course it is, and we're just not going to talk about it? And I think a lot of people don't know. I think a lot of
I
people
mentioned
do,
it in my
but-
reaction, like 100%. Like I heard he had samples of other parts of Limp Bizkit songs and other songs, but it's just the audio, like some of the weird, like that weird wah sound. That's Limp Bizkit. It's a Limp Bizkit sample.
And I don't have the ear for that, I guess, necessarily, but I definitely heard, Fred's voice. Like, I knew that was him.
like their style of doing sampling, like, because people got to remember DJ Lethal and Wes Borland. Those guys are prodigies at what they did. Nobody sounded like them. Like nobody sounded like Wes Borland on the guitar. And the way that DJ Lethal would mix his guitar sounds at the same time was so unique and innovative for its time. That still is not really being done that much, like that to that level, where Limp Bizkit had a specific sound to them that really stood out. A lot of the the famous nu metal bands had their unique sound, like Korn, obviously had their signature sound. Limp Bizkit had a signature sound. System of a Down had a signature sound, and that's what I really miss about music back then. So again, going back to when I found out about BABYMETAL, they had their unique, specific sound that I remember growing up with in the 90s, hearing certain bands with their specific sounds. And there was a reason why I didn't like other bands, because there was a group of bands in the 90s that all sounded the same, but then there were the bands that always sounded different from each other, But and that's one of the reasons why I like BABYMETAL, because I always was into the genre bending and trying to fit as many different styles in one type of music. I loved hearing clean. I'm a huge fan since the beginning of heavy music underneath with clean vocals on top. Always been a thing for me that I've absolutely loved.
I think the initial things that really drew me to BABYMETAL the most were the fact that they were able to mix so many things together. Yes, because I also liked other bands that kind of did something a little less extreme, but because I like a lot of different music. So like if you can find a way to make different types of music blend well together, then that's just going to be great to me. But also, and I think I might have mentioned this on the last time we were on together, but like I just always like a band more when they can just make it fun, like just make it so much fun, like of an experience, of a performance, like just focus on making it a good performance, fun to watch, fun to listen, like nothing wrong with nothing wrong at all with like music that is very meaningful, and like the lyrics are the main focus of like, hey, this is what the song is about. But for me, I just gravitate more to the stuff that's like, we're here to have a good time. We're going to put on a good performance with good music, and everyone's just going to have fun. And we're going to forget about all the serious stuff for a little bit. Like that's what I prefer most of the time. So like, and they do a good job. It's a real good job of that.
Yeah, it's awesome too, because BABYMETAL has songs where it should be chaos, but all the chaos is contained into this cohesive thing that is just you could easily make it sound like you're jumping genres, but it isn't. It's just well blended genres. You have those bands, right? Maximum Hormone, more of chaos and jumps between genres, which I absolutely
someone said they
love.
have 48 specific sounds in the
Yeah, which I absolutely love. But BABYMETAL has a different way about it, where you have a bunch of sounds that are glued together with Sue's voice, specifically. Like her voice just weaves throughout the different genres very well, where it doesn't feel like you're jumping.
It doesn't feel like jarring when it mixes the different sounds together the way some groups will like have.
I tell everyone Megasune is the quintessential BABYMETAL song. Like that's the best song you can send to anyone and be like, this is BABYMETAL. Everything BABYMETAL is here in this one song. Like everything stems from this song. Like you want
as long as I see it with a video or a live performance, they have, in order to get the full BABYMETAL experience, you must have visuals. I will say,
but
to get the full experience.
But it's more like, what I'm saying is, you hear that and you're like, okay, now they can get heavy. You know that they can be melodic, and you know that they can sing. You know it's going to be dancey. You know you have electronics. Like, that is everything baby metal, you know? And sometimes they lean more into electronics, or sometimes they lean more into heavy. Sometimes they lean more into melodic, and where Megasune is just like a splash of everything. Mixed very well
That's
in
true.
it. And that's why I always consider Megasune, that is the one be all song. Listen to that. If you want to know what baby metal is, listen to that song and you'll be like, okay. And then you get everything else. I don't know. That's my opinion, but that's how I always felt about that song.
It is a fantastic song.
Sorry,
It was one of my first favorites. No, it was one of my first favorites. I think it was my first favorite when I had a favorite. Like my first favorite baby metal song probably was that one.
My favorite song now.
I've gone back and forth.
Yeah, my favorite song now, of course, is Syncopation. That is my all-time favorite, and mainly because of Mikio being on there too. That's one of the big reasons. He's the only one that can play that riff properly in my head. I wonder if he played it on the album, but I listened to the live versions of Syncopation more than anything. But my first favorite, chat, do you remember? What's my first favorite? Does anyone in the chat remember what my first favorite song? There was this, because I didn't like baby metal right away. I listened to a couple songs before this song, but song was the one that was like, I absolutely fucking love baby metal. Like, it was like after this one song. I want to see if anyone remembers. I'm going to keep playing it. We'll see if anyone.
I had my phone read the script to me. It said,
Anettery Daisekusen.
Anyway, Black Baby Metal's other songs include Song 4, Sis Anger, and GJ, which stands for Good Job. So if you watch a performance and you see Moa shout GJ at the audience, no. That's not a Japanese word you need to look up. Black Baby Metal existed in contrast with Sue Metal taking the stage alone for her solo songs, respectively giving each girl a break from a tiring performance. But to the fans' great dismay, both the solos and Black Baby Metal have been discontinued from being performed by Baby Metal for some time, last being seen in 2021, removing 8 beloved songs from any.
I don't know if you actually knew the answer, but shout out to Kita J86. You got it. It was Karate. Karate was a song that made me a fan. Officially.
It's a good one too. I mean, they don't have bad ones, right? But yes.
Yep, it was Karate. As soon as that watch the reaction, you see my face just light up. And every time I watch it, I'm like, man, I miss that moment because I was so fucking excited about music when I heard that riff was like, the down, 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 down. I was like, oh my God, this is so fucking great. Even right now, like just hearing it, like it's just such a hype song. And then the way that it concluded, it was just so amazing when I first heard it. It still is. It still is. But I was like, all right, I'm sold. I absolutely love this band.
So I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, that I did hear Karate at in my initial exposure back in like 2017. I think it was like Megitsune, Headbanger, Karate, and Gimme Chocolate. I think were like the only songs I heard back then. And so in response to what you said back then, I don't know what was wrong with my brain in 2017, but I actually wasn't sure about Karate at the first time I heard it. I don't know why, because I love it now, and I don't know if it was somehow maybe like a lot different than the other three that I had heard that I just wasn't sure. Yeah. But there are a handful of baby metal songs where I've never disliked any of them initially, but there have been ones where initially I was a little less like, okay, what's going on here? And then eventually it like grows on me a lot. But that is a small list of songs that happens to.
Yeah, because I like the songs I had listened to up until then, but Karate was just the moment I was sold. I was sold. Okay, I'm saving every single song. I'm listening to all this. I heard Gimme Chocolate and didn't realize it when I was in the military. And this was a long time ago when I was visiting New York. And my buddy Joey said, have you ever heard of baby metal? And I said, oh, what is that? And in my head, I was thinking, oh, this is a new genre of music where they have little kids singing metal songs. So he had showed it to me. And didn't even think about it. He was like, what do you think? I'm like, oh, the riffs are cool. And then fast forward to 2020, I'm listening to Maximum Hormone for the first time. And somebody says, listen to baby metal. Didn't put the 2 and 2 together. Well, when we got to Gimme Chocolate, I'm like, wait a second. And then I had Joey on a stream with me. He's like, dude, you don't remember me showing you this song? And I was like, oh my God, yes. Because you called it baby metal and I thought it was a fucking genre. The whole time I thought it was a genre. I didn't know it was an actual band. I thought it was just some new metal genre that came out. Because I'm coming from the era where you had hardcore and like new metal and metalcore. So when he said baby metal, I'm like,
Metalcore.
oh, now we're throwing kids on metal. This is weird. You know, I'm just getting out of high school at the time. So I didn't give it any thought until later on. Blew my mind though.
Yeah. I had my exposure into baby metal. It's that all. So, and I told this whole story like in a video that I made because of how kind of disjointed it is. But like that initial exposure from back in 2017 was from a guy. Don't even know his name because he was the one person at the bachelor party I was at that I didn't know. He was the guy. He was my baby metal guy. I'd never heard of him before. So, hey, if you heard of I gotta show you something. And he played it like on the radio or on the stereo in the house for everyone initially. And I thought it was pretty neat. And then he drove me to the next destination, specifically saying, hey, you're gonna come with me. I'm gonna show you the video. And it was for Gimme Chocolate. And that was like, and he showed me that one, Miggy Sine Headbanger, and on the drive to like the next destination. And that was like my initial exposure to it. But I just think it's funny that there's like, it's always like an enthusiastic fan that like shows, if it's not like a random algorithm hole that you fall down, there's always like some guy that's like just randomly, do you know this band? Because I really want to show them to you.
I never lead it off with baby metal. I'm just saying, if you're going to show somebody, do not say baby metal. Just be like, check the song out. Just check this song out. And then get them like 3 songs deep. That's what I do every time now. And they're like, who is this? I'm like, all right, you like it, right? And they're like, yeah, this is awesome. It's called baby metal. Oh, I don't care at that point. Yeah. But if you tell them baby metal out the gate, they're kind of like,
judgment.
What are you talking about here?
You got to pronounce it like they do, so it sounds like you're saying heavy metal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because like BABYMETAL. BABYMETAL.
I'm just saying,
because like that's part of the word pun. That's part of the reason that's their name is because of the pun of the sounds. Because when they say it, it does sound like heavy metal.
Gotcha.
So like. Yeah, so it is funny how it works really well in the original language, but for us, we just make it worse with our English.
Yep.
Potential set list. To this day, fans clamor for the Sioux Solos to return, but I would say the clamoring for Black Baby Metal to return is even louder. Probably due to the popularity of their newest member, who has never performed a Black Baby Metal song, and Black Baby Metal remains a relic of the Yui Metal era. Anyways, sorry for that diatribe, but you absolutely must know about Black Baby Metal.
I've always wondered if they're going to bring some version of Black Baby Metal back. That would be really cool, I think.
That is a continuing fan conversation that it's so speculative that there's really no productive way to have the conversation except, yeah, we all want it, but like nobody knows. There's just, who knows? I have no idea. I'd like to see it, but
same.
On just 1 month later in November 2012, there was an anime festival held in Singapore. And Baby Metal traveled internationally for the first time to perform there. The following year in 2013, Baby Metal performed the song Gimme Chocolate at Makuhari Messe Event Hall in Chiba, Japan. This is worth noting because this is where they filmed the music video for the song, which would later become Baby Metal's most viral internet post of any kind. And it isn't particularly close. The video would be posted on YouTube on February 25th of 2014, just one day before their debut album would release.
All right, before Chapter 7 gets started, I just need to make sure about my car here. We might have to do a part 2 to this. But I'm actually absolutely loving this. You've done a very good job on this video so far. I've been completely entertained by it. And I don't even know if we made it. Have we made it an hour through? But I didn't even notice the time of it at all. So if you're like watching and don't want people interrupting it every 10 minutes, please go watch it. We're only like barely halfway through. Absolutely loving it. Somebody was saying that there's grown men throwing bottles at Baby Metal in 20. He said, when I saw what bullies were saying about them in 2016, grown men talking about throwing bottles at teenage girls on stage made me sick to my stomach. Oh, okay. They were saying about throwing them. I hope they didn't actually do that.
There was. I don't know when it was. And I've seen comments saying it, and I think I might have seen a video of it. I'm not sure, honestly. So this could be speculative, but I do think there was at least one performance where one cup was perhaps thrown. That I'm not 100% certain. I have heard it, and I think I saw a video where I wasn't sure if I saw it or not. But that is said to be had been a thing at a single show that a lot of people say did happen. But
wow, that's completely fucked up. Completely.
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, I think I included the footage in one of my videos, so I think it is true. I think it's true. I think so.
I wish I had taken them seriously back in 2014, but refound them during COVID. I think a lot of us refound them in COVID. I think a lot of us, right? How many of you rediscovered them in COVID time?
Speaking of their debut album release, on February 26, 2014, BABYMETAL released their self-titled debut album, blending electropop beats, thrash metal riffs, and idle vocals in tracks like Gimme Chocolate, their most popular song to date, and BABYMETAL Death, the song in which they still begin every show, with a few exceptions. Their album release, along with their viral music video for Gimme Chocolate, put BABYMETAL on the international map more than ever before. And they had not even toured outside Japan yet. Almost immediately after the release of their debut album, on March 1st and 2nd of 2014, they managed to land a gig at the internationally revered Budokan. This performance was a milestone for many reasons. This wasn't just a small venue only people in Japan would know. Legendary bands have performed at the Budokan. Also, Sue Metal has stated that performing there was a dream of hers, and she had now achieved that dream. Additionally, this is when the Kami Band became a permanent fixture in BABYMETAL. And also, BABYMETAL officially announced their upcoming world tour at this concert. Finally, BABYMETAL was truly taking their music worldwide. Outside Japan, they had been only to Singapore, but now this tour would bring them to France, Germany, England, Canada, and of course, mark their debut to US audiences, first at the Fonda Theater in Los Angeles, a concert which sold out almost immediately, and then in New York City, a performance harkened back to in a much more recent interview. Now, BABYMETAL had become a viral sensation online, but what really set them on fire for Western audiences would be their being invited to perform at Sonosphere Festival on July 5th, 2014. Oh hey, one day after Mohametal's birthday. Sonosphere originally booked them on a small stage, but due to a fan-led campaign online, and otherwise intense and observable online popularity, BABYMETAL were upgraded to the main stage, set to play for 50,000 people. It is worth pointing out that this sort of upgrade, for this reason, has never really been documented for any other band at Sonosphere. BABYMETAL fans are ride or die.
Sonosphere 2014. At that time, we could see people had no idea who we were. But as the show continued, I started seeing people enjoyed our music. It felt like we were accepted by the metal fans, and the show gave me a lot of confidence.
Though they played to a crowd who mostly did not know who they were, BABYMETAL made Sonosphere attendees shout their name by the time they were done with them. Not long after Sonosphere, BABYMETAL were invited by none other than Lady Gaga to open for her on the US leg of the Art Pop Ball Tour. Lady Gaga is a well-documented appreciator of metal music and once said that Iron Maiden changed her life. I like to point these things out because some people in the metal community would insist to say negative things about pop artists, somehow forgetting that we can like different types of music. There are plenty of pop artists and other glamorous Hollywood actors, for instance, who you would never guess are actual metalheads.
And I'd listen to only heavy metal music, and I would dye my hair black and only cut it with a razor blade. So yeah, I kind of got it.
Does anyone like heavy metal music?
I still genuinely like it. I remember going to the Slipknot concert. I have never had more people come up to me ever than at a Slipknot concert.
Now in Gaga's case, not only did she invite BABYMETAL to open for her, but she was captured on camera in front of the barrier at the first show of that tour, personally taking time to support her opening act and rocking out to BABYMETAL. Say what you will about Gaga, but how many world-class pop stars at her level are taking their personal downtime to support their openers? Any way you slice it, this was a new avenue of exposure for BABYMETAL to Western audiences who had never heard of BABYMETAL before. Now, the next historic footnote in Baby Metal's performance history would have to be their performance at O2 Academy Brixton on November 8th, 2014. I think it's worth pointing out that this venue is not the same venue as the O2 Arena, a much larger venue that is also in London and also contains a storied Baby Metal performance history. So don't get them confused like I once did, since I am a silly American who has never traveled to Europe. Anyway, at O2 Academy Brixton, Baby Metal first performed their song Road of Resistance, which would become the song they would close out nearly every Baby Metal performance from there on out. This song was created in collaboration with DragonForce.
I'm sorry, I got slightly distracted. What was a stupid question?
Stupid question?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
I was just reading the
confused now.
chat. I'm reading chat. I'm trying to figure out what was this? What was this?
Oh, I can't.
Do
I
people
can't see
like?
it.
Do people like metal? Is that the question?
So there was a clip I put in there of Margot Robbie, the actress, who is talking to Kate Blanchett on the what's that British guy's name?
Oh, I remember that clip.
Yeah, and like Margot Robbie just opening up about like, oh yeah, like I grew up with some metal music. I was kind of goth. I cut my hair like with razor blades, stuff like that. And then Kate Blanchett's over there like, does anybody really like metal music? And I'm like, who says that? Like, does a genre that's been around for decades that millions of people listen to? No, but nobody actually likes it. No, actually, they just spend money to like. What a tone deaf, ridiculous thing to say. Like, it legitimately made me like the actress.
I remember that now. I remember the Margot Robbie interview now. You know what?
Yeah.
Hey, when you're stuck in a bubble, man, stuck in a bubble.
It is not like that is like next level like tone deafness. That's crazy to say.
It is.
Yeah, that was the stupid question.
Whose influences are impossible to miss in this song's sound. This song was Baby Metal's first single off of their upcoming studio album, and marked the beginning of a release schedule that Baby Metal pretty much still adheres to, wherein they release the first single of an album nearly 2 years out, and slowly release additional singles, often with music videos, in anticipation of the actual album release. I think some critics of their latest album need to be reminded that this practice has always been in place, and they have released exactly 5 singles with every album following Metal Resistance, not just Metal Fourth. Speaking of DragonForce, quite possibly one of the best and most iconic FUs in metal history, let's talk about Baby Metal's first performance at Download Festival on June 13th, 2015. Originally, Baby Metal was outright rejected by the event coordinator Andy Coping, who said Baby Metal had no...
Oh, I've done so many videos about this douchebag.
Oh man, he's a real piece of work.
Yeah, we have some very fun videos. I should upload those as some throwback videos here on the channel of Eric and I just so pissed off about this dude.
Very pretentious.
Yep.
Place at Download, and that they were just a Japanese fad. A take which has aged significantly worse than milk. This event coordinator directly rejected numerous fan requests to get Baby Metal invited.
I got offered Baby Metal. I was the first promoter in the UK to be offered Baby Metal. I got sent the stuff. It didn't resonate with me at all.
So, how did Baby Metal get to Download when they weren't invited? DragonForce backdoor invited them onto their own stage and played Gimme Chocolate together, marking the one and only time Baby Metal literally crashed a party they were not invited to.
I love that.
They continue to prove every metal elitist wrong. They were talented, well-loved, and never left a stage without making new fans in droves.
I always wonder how much of that had to do with Koba Metal.
Like the way that all played out,
setting that up perfectly, or just like paying promoters from DragonForce camp or something like that. Or do you think it was out of love of just putting new music out there? I wonder.
Like from DragonForce's side?
Yeah. Because Koba Metal is a master marketer. He's really good at marketing.
Oh, for sure.
Like 100%. And if I was him, I would definitely have went to a bunch of bands to convince them to do that. You know,
I honestly think it's likely a little bit of both.
And I would pay
I think
for
it's likely a little bit. Yeah.
Because when I love something that much, I will put all forth towards it, right? To make sure it happens if I'm promoting anything.
I feel like I've seen enough footage of like at least pictures and like stories of Dragon Force with Baby Metal to where to me, I get the impression that there's a good relationship there outside of just like, hey, we just happen to be on the same stage together. So I do think there's at least some of a like actual professional friendship there. But yeah, it's speculation. We don't
makes sense though, and then this is why it makes sense for Dragon Force to like a band like Baby Metal. If you think about it, power metal is the one genre of metal that had clean vocals over heavy stuff. Just nobody really mixed it beyond that. Nobody did like, hey, let's also have like breakdown type riffs also until nu metal came along, right? And then you had somewhat cleaner vocals going over there, where this is like very clean vocals over the heavier stuff. You know, it was like a progression. So I can see why some power metal fans would actually like Baby Metal because it's more their speed, you know. We're having that clean vocals over heavy. My theory. I'm just talking here, you know.
Whatever the reason is, I'm glad that it played out exactly that way, so they could show someone who was being a little too elitisty exactly how silly he looks.
I think that'd be one question to ask Herman Lee. How did that all go down? If you can give the details,
because he seems like someone who'd tell the story. He seems like someone who would be totally down to tell the story.
Absolutely. So, if I ever get a chance to actually do an interview with him, that would be one of the questions. How did that all go down?
So, remember when we discussed April 1st as being important to Baby Metal? Well, their second album officially released on that day in 2016, entitled Metal Resistance. It is widely revered as many fans' favorite album to date. The release of this album also marked the beginning of a trend where Baby Metal would release different tracks exclusive to Japanese versus international versions of the albums. So depending on which version's track list you are looking at, it can get a little confusing which album a particular song is from sometimes. Such as in this case, the song Syncopation, which is a fan-favorite song and was a Japanese-specific release. This meant that you have to go looking for it online as a Western fan. With the release of Metal Resistance, Baby Metal began another tour that began at Wembley.
Which I think that was a bad move. They should have made Syncopation on both versions. Because
I don't think it's a very popular decision in general to have them segmented off from different versions. I don't think anybody likes that, honestly.
Syncopation,
and I couldn't explain why they do it.
What was the other song too? What was the American version? I think it was what was the name of the song?
Was that one? Was Elevator Girl the one?
Oh, I love that song. No, it wasn't Elevator Girl.
No, it wasn't.
Definitely wasn't that. Because I remember not liking what they chose for the American side of it as much. It wasn't. Man, the chat will know. I have
a hard time recalling historical times from memory.
Arena
do a video.
April 2nd, 2016. And just a few days later, Baby Metal had another first.
I'm not sure what I'm about to see.
Love this. Wait, there we go.
But I'm pretty excited about it. Here to perform Gimme Chocolate, please welcome Baby Metal.
They were featured on American TV for the first time, performing Gimme Chocolate live on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Online, fans took note of the wholesome moment prior to the show beginning where the girls gave each other an encouraging hug. It truly is something else seeing Stephen Colbert say the words Baby Metal and Metal Resistance.
Their album, Metal Resistance, is out now. Baby Metal, everybody. We'll be right back.
What a guy. I regret to say that we have a bit of a sour note that you should probably know. In June 2016, Baby Metal attended the Kerrang Awards and was named Best Live Act, which is not a surprise to anyone who has seen them live. However, what was a surprise, and not a welcome one, was that host Benji Webb kept interrupting Baby Metal during their acceptance speech.
Oh, yeah.
Benji got a lot of backlash for this, and though he insisted he was just trying to have fun with them, many fans gave him a piece of their mind.
Yeah, that was like his thing, right? That was his thing to do stuff like this. I remember talking about this too. What do you think about all that? I do think it's annoying. Like watching it, I'm irritated, but... Yeah.
So, I mean, I actually say exactly what I think in the video, but I will say it again in case I missed like somehow the way I feel about it. But basically, yeah, like I believe that he was meaning well and that he was just messing around. I do believe that.
Yeah.
But I still think that it's not a good judgment call when if maybe he somehow did not know, I don't know how, but maybe he somehow didn't know exactly how new they were to speaking English in the first place and to the culture. Like they're not going to catch on to that. Like they don't know what's going on. They took time to, memorize what they were going to say in front of all these people to accept their award. And they're probably not really sure what he's even doing. And like for them to be able to be in on the joke, like some people may be who are native speakers, it's not the same for them. And I feel like it just doesn't, he should have made a better judgment call in not doing that kind of shtick on a foreign, band that doesn't really know what he's trying to go for. And I don't know. I feel like anyone in that position has at least a little bit of responsibility to like be a little bit more tactful. However, I don't, based on what I saw, I don't agree with the amounts of backlash that was levied against the dude. Like I know that some of it was crazy. So like obviously, we gotta be proportionate about the way we react to stuff.
Something I've learned over the years working with, I think hundreds of people now between restaurant jobs and stuff, being like regional manager and just different types of employees and people, the level of awareness that some people lack is impressive.
And I do think that's what this was. I think he just did not have the awareness. Like
I don't think he did.
I think it was just it was a big like whoops. Like I don't think he meant harm. I don't think that. Yeah. But just because you don't mean to do harm doesn't mean that you don't have some responsibility.
He apologized,
on the
right?
Stuff that.
But he apologized.
I think so. I think he did. And I do think he was at least a little bit defensive about it. I think I might have put it in the video, but like
I will keep playing. Sorry.
But no, it's okay. But it's like, just to be fair, like, he did apologize. And to be fair on his part, like the way the amount of backlash that I think that he was getting, anybody would get defensive at that point.
Yeah,
so, like,
I think he was being trolling. I do. I wonder if he knew how much English they knew. I wonder.
He probably didn't know. He probably was just messing around like he always does. And he just did it to the wrong group with the wrong group of fans that were going to absolutely respond to
only
yeah. I mean,
Benji got a lot of backlash for this, and though he insisted.
Sorry to anyone who thought I was disrespect to Baby Metal. Oh my God, disrespect Baby Metal the worst. And
I will say that wording. I will say it's never good to word it to anyone who thought I was, regardless of if that's true or not. I do think that's bad wording. Like
it is.
If you want them to receive it sincerely.
But you all see this spelling, right? You see this poor grammar. I mean, he probably.
Well, it's just like when someone says like, "Oh, I'm sorry that you felt bad about it," kind of thing, right? Like it's not like I'm sorry I did something wrong. It's I'm sorry that you took it the wrong way. That's how it comes off. So I can see, hey, at least he said something. But like,
it was too cruel. I agree. I agree. It was that. I cringed when I watched that video. I'm like, oh, does he realize how awkward this is?
Yeah, because it's also to an excessive level too. Like if he just did it once or twice, like whatever, move on. But he did kind of really keep going with the bit when they were clearly just trying to continue to speak, and it was like, come on, man, like read the room.
Really,
like,
for sure.
Have a little more. But it's obviously this was forever ago. I would never harbor ill will towards the guy, especially not now. I'm sure he got everything and more than he even should have gotten from it. So I only included it in the video because it's during the award ceremony. It's part of their history. It's something that people do know about. Mm-hmm. So like it felt like it should be included to some extent, but I'm not trying to add, hey, remember this guy? Go mess him up on the internet. Like, no, don't do that. Like this is 10 years ago at this point. So
yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
He was just trying to have fun with them. Many fans gave him a piece of their mind. Only the Fox God knows his true intentions, but I do think that at best his behavior was thoughtless, since Baby Metal were still quite new to speaking English, especially in that environment. So assuming they would catch on to whatever joke he was trying to do was definitely short-sighted at best, intentionally disrespectful at worst. Of course, Baby Metal themselves, as always, took it in stride and the very next day returned to Download Festival. this time with an official invitation to the main stage. So thinking back to Andy Coping, the event coordinator for Download, did he have a change of heart? Or did he just want to line his pockets without ever acknowledging that he was wrong? It's also worth acknowledging that some fans have insisted that the original crashing of Download in 2015 by BABYMETAL and Andy's continued resistance to them was always just a publicity stunt to generate buzz for the Download Festival. No one really knows which is true, but I personally think it's far more entertaining and fun to remember this whole footnote as BABYMETAL raising 3 tiny Japanese middle fingers to the metal establishment. 2016 continued to...
Who knows, right? I don't really know.
So there are, and I had only seen that like speculation somewhat recently, but I did see it from a few different people that like suggested like, oh, it's probably not, none of it's real. They're just like, it's marketing. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that's true.
If it happened now, if it happened now, maybe. If it happened now. Yeah, if it happened now, like that would probably just be like a stunt, right? But like, even then, like since I don't know, I want to at least give like, okay, who knows? Yeah. But I also say, just like I did in the videos, like, yeah, it's probably not. Like it's probably happened the way everyone thinks it happened because of what we do now. And Andrew, I still don't know if it's coping or copping. Every interview that he's been in, because there's been more than one about that situation, he's been a little flippant about the whole thing. So like, I don't think his feelings towards BABYMETAL are fabricated at all. I do think he legitimately feels that way about them. So at the very least, that part's true. I do think so too.
Yeah. Be one of BABYMETAL's most iconic years. Just 1 month later, on July 18th, BABYMETAL performed alongside Rob Halford of Judas Priest at the 2016 Alternative Press Music Awards. They performed together on stage, playing Judas Priest songs. There is real-life footage of Sue Metal shouting "Breaking the Law" while grinning from ear to ear opposite Rob Halford. This is not AI. After the performance, BABYMETAL and Rob Halford gave a joint interview, and Rob Halford praised BABYMETAL for keeping metal alive for a new generation. Then, in September of 2016, BABYMETAL performed to over 100,000 fans over the course of 2 nights at the Tokyo Dome. This is a big deal. Michael Jackson, the Rolling Stones, Paul McCartney, Madonna, Twice, and even Lady Gaga have performed shows at the Tokyo Dome. While this performance was the end of their 2016 tour, it was the beginning of a trend of pranks between Sue and Moa, due to Sue withholding the mic when Moa was supposed to shout "We are BABYMETAL," trolling her in front of 50,000 people. So if you wonder why Moa messes with her on stage, poking her in the face and hiding her microphone, this is often cited as to why that is. The following year, in 2017, BABYMETAL would open for a number of established metal and rock bands, continuing to make the metal elitists who say they're not metal stupider and stupider with every passing second. They played with Guns N' Roses, Korn, Stone Sour, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and freaking Metallica. This is a great time to bring up that...
I want to mention some of the bands that end up liking them are all bands that were given a lot of shit when they were first starting.
So I don't know the history of a lot of the bands that were just mentioned, to be fair, like when they started. So are they some of those bands?
Other than Metallica, but like just going back to when Rob left with Rob Halpert and all the stuff that he got back in the day when he first started, but mainly the other bands. Like
as to why that is.
Yeah, I'll stop on each one.
The following year, in 2017, BABYMETAL would open for a number of established metal and rock bands, continuing to make the metal elitists who say they're not metal stupider and stupider with every passing second. They played with Guns N' Roses.
So Guns N' Roses, the biggest thing was with Axl's voice being annoying and being obnoxious when he first joined, because it wasn't the typical hair metal band, because they were doing the rougher side, because hair metal was really big back then. But when they came out, they had a little bit of an edge to it, and they're a little bit dirtier. They weren't the typical hair metal band. And so people really knocked them for that when they first came out. And because they were the different band for that hair metal genre.
Like my entire experience with Guns N' Roses,
I only know this.
Thought that everybody
loved why I know this stuff is because I like VH1 behind the scenes. That's how I learned about all this.
my entire life, I just have known Guns N' Roses to be like, yeah, it's Guns N' Roses. Everybody loves them. I mean, obviously, like as bands get older, like people say the typical things about the older bands, like, oh, they're getting old, they should quit. Yeah, you can say about anybody, but like when I was growing up, when Paradise City was still like pretty popular as a song, and of course Welcome to the Jungle, like those were just songs that everybody knew, everybody liked, and I never knew that they went through anything like that.
Well, Welcome to the Jungle is very out there for when you're in a sea of hair metal bands that were like more prettier, more pretty set up. Metallica, everyone remembers the Black Album. They got so much fucking shit when they came out with that. Like, oh, sellouts, you guys are trash. But I could argue with anyone, them coming out with the Black Album blew them up to the like beyond,
Okay, I have a Metallica fan question.
Yes.
First song that comes to mind when favorite Metallica song. First one that comes to mind.
Enter Sandman.
Really?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
First one that came to my head.
For me, it's always the two same ones, and one of them's really basic, but the other one is less basic.
Right after
Master Puppets is one of them.
Yeah,
Master Puppets is one of them. But there's another one that comes to my mind immediately every time because the first like minute of the song, like the whole intro to it, is like my favorite Metallica intro, which is Battery.
Battery. Oh yeah,
I love Battery. I love me some Battery.
Enter Sandman.
That's one of the best intros.
I just remember because I saw the music video. It was probably the first Metallica song I might have heard.
That was the first video I saw of theirs. Enter Sandman.
Yeah.
Yep. I was in like middle school or something when I saw it. Yeah. Maybe 5th grade.
Korn.
Actually.
Stones.
So Korn, another one. A huge one. I mean, that's new metal.
That one I think I knew. I think I knew about the crap they got. That tracks. I think I knew about that.
I remember it was I can't remember their first show. There was something about their very first show that they did and that shocked people.
Sour. Red Hot Chili Peppers and
Red Hot Chili Peppers, a huge controversial band when they first came out. Like one of the first bands that would like show up. They had the funk with it, the funk and the hip hop style.
They are funky.
They put in. They're like, you could, if they added a little bit more metal in it, that they would have been easily a new metal band for sure. Yeah. But they were just on the cleaner side of things,
Well, and that's actually one of the reasons I've struggled to get into Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, I really appreciate them as a band because they're doing their own thing. They have a very specific sound, and they do have some songs I like.
I'm not saying they're metal.
Generally,
I see you guys in the chat. I never considered them metal. I mean, the closest they got the metal was with Dave Navarro when he joined for one album. There's one album with Dave Navarro from, oh my God, what's the name of the band that he was in? He's such a good guitarist, very underrated guitarist, Dave Navarro. But
I know
Jane's Addiction.
Name,
Jane's Addiction.
Okay.
He was in Jane's Addiction. And he joined Red Hot Chili Peppers for a moment, and it got a little bit darker when he did that one album with him. What was the name of the album that he did with him? They did have a hit off of it with Dave Navarro, but he joined for just one album.
Well, my favorite song by theirs is Other Side.
Yeah.
That's actually my favorite Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
That album that blew them up. That was their comeback album.
So. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's blue. It has like red in the center. What's the name of the album? Oh my God, can't remember it.
Ooh,
it's like
I'm pretty bad. I'm pretty bad with album names, Jim.
I know.
I know the songs, but not the album names.
Like every song off that album became a radio hit. It was absolutely wild. That was like their comeback to fame was after that, and that was right after the Dave Navarro album. What was it?
Okay.
Chat. What is it?
And freaking Metallica.
Yeah.
This is a great time to bring up that both Jonathan Davis of Korn and Corey Taylor of Slipknot and Stone Sour have both vocally supported baby metal for years.
But that makes so much sense. Of course, the new metal bands are going to be the most supportive because the new metal got shit on so bad. Like
I think one of my favorite things that I've discovered, like being a little more plugged into like just what the musicians themselves say in interviews and stuff like that, because this is fairly recent for me, just the past couple of years, is how like chill Corey Taylor seems. Because I've always loved Slipknot. I've always loved Slipknot's music, but I saw stage Corey Taylor, when he's doing the Slipknot thing, and like he's just such a chill guy. Like obviously I don't know him personally, but like when that impression like a rando person that doesn't listen to them would get from their performances, they would never think Corey Taylor's like the man that he is when you see him. And it's like he's goofy, he's very chill, he's very smart.
Yeah.
Like he's just a very put together guy, which is crazy given like of course they have some crazy history too, as like any band does.
But then he also gets into fights with people on the internet. So what?
Well, that I know less about, to be fair. But.
Thank you, Californication. How could I forget that? How could I
Oh,
forget
that was that album?
Yeah, that was that album. Like that album.
I thought that was further. Okay, I thought that was further along.
The song Californication, it had the most innovative music video for its time. It was the first of its kind too, where it's all a video game character or whatnot. It was like the first of that.
But the issue, Alan.
Oh no,
I don't like that song.
I like that song. I
like know most people. I'm in the minority. I get it.
Yeah. I love that.
I'm not a big Californication guy when it comes to that song. I don't know. I don't hate it. It's just not really my jam.
Anthony Kiedis has so many songs with the word California in it. It's crazy.
I do like his singing. Like I like the way his voice sounds. I do like the way his voice sounds. It's just their style doesn't always do it for me. Some songs I like, and some songs I'm like, But based on what they've done for Baby Metal, I love them that much more just for that. Which there's a fun little clip if you're not aware of something they did on stage with them that we'll get to.
I dig Baby Metal. It's just wrong on every level. It's just entertaining as hell.
And Sid from Slipknot even had Baby Metal hanging out with his kid backstage. An incredibly unswipeable video that most fans have seen by now. Also, before we move on, during their performance with Red Hot Chili Peppers, Baby Metal has one of their most wholesome onstage moments, wherein Chad, the drummer of Red Hot Chili Peppers, after performing with Baby Metal disguised as a commie in full commie band makeup, brings an entire birthday cake out for Sue Metal because it's her birthday.
Tomorrow is Sue Metal's birthday.
And with the candles lit, he has the entire audience sing happy birthday to Sue Metal. This clip melts my freaking heart every time I see it. Seriously, how can you not love Baby Metal at this point? So this all happened in 2017, and still, Baby Metal had their own tour to do that year called the 5 Fox Festival Tour, which had some fun audience requirement themes such as all-male and all-female audience requirements. This concluded on October 15th, 2017, and that performance, sadly, would be the last time UE Metal would ever perform with Baby Metal, a fact that was not at all planned or foreseen by anyone.
Damn. And what year was that again?
So her last performance itself was in 2017, but her official departure didn't come until 2018. So sometimes you'll say like, oh, she was with them until 2018 because officially she was, but her last performance wasn't in 2018. She did not perform at all.
And she wasn't done with the Muse until just recently.
Which really fueled all of the crazy theories and like I've gotten to the point where it's like, look, like whatever your theories are, like I'm not going to get into that, but like I'm a big fan of not speculating wildly without any evidence, So like, let's not say crazy things about Koba Metal or the team or the members of Baby Metal that currently are here,
I agree. That's why I say sarcasm. Why say
bad things about
I'm joking, by the way, guys, when I do that. That's how that started. That's how that started. It was because of all the wild accusations. So Eric and I just made fun of it, and that's why we always say like, oh, she's gonna be in what's the new thing that Koba was starting with
Metalverse?
Yeah, with Metalverse. We're like, oh, that's Yui's project. Yui's gonna come out like the Sith Lord and that
the internet would literally explode if that is what actually happened. But it's not gonna happen. We all know. We should all know at this point that's not going to happen.
Koba has lost some creativity at this point with the whole Metalverse thing. There was so much opportunity.
Oh no, you're gonna bring up the Metalverse thing.
There was so much fucking opportunity with the Metaverse that I think was just squandered. I'm sorry. There was so much they could have done with it. That could be topic for another day. It's not too late. You're right. You're not.
It's not too late.
Koba, if you're listening, if you ever watch this video, maybe we'll get this clipped out for you so you can listen.
Hey, I have a video about the Metalverse thing too. It's brief, but I have thoughts. But I have more thoughts that we can still talk about.
There could be like some warring factions going on between groups and artists. Like there can be a dark side. We could bring Black Baby Metal back. Like there could be some crazy stuff we could do with this.
Black Baby Metal, White Metalverse. Like do like a
I don't know something. There's just we could lean into the story so much more. Maybe that's not what he intended when he first started doing this. That was just like a little sprinkles on the top. But it'd be cool to lean into the lore.
None of us know the mind.
Yeah.
None of us know the mind of Koba Metal.
Yeah.
Only Koba Metal knows the mind of Koba Metal, and it cannot be understood by the common man.
this is an actual thought that I had not too long ago. I was thinking of just creating an alternative lore just for the fun of it with the Metalverse and with Baby Metal, and write a whole fucking story plot that I had come to my mind when I was first listening to the Metalverse, and just like put it out there just for shits and giggles, just to see what happens. And maybe Kobo likes, I really like the storyline and just incorporates it. I don't know. It inspired me to do that when I first heard it. I never ran with it, but it might be a cool idea just to add like a storyline. A fan storyline.
You're going to get a phone call from a Japanese phone number. That's what you're going to get. Either, hey, stop doing that, or hey, you want to work together?
Right.
In December 2017, the Legend-esque concert was set to occur at the Hiroshima Green Arena. But before that could happen, Team Baby Metal realized Yui would not be able to perform with them due to medical issues. It's important to note that they did announce this prior to the show to let the fans know. Despite this, they performed as a duo with just Sue and Moa. After all, this show meant a lot to Sue Metal, as the show took place near her 20th birthday and in her hometown. Another sad fact about this particular show is that it would be the final performance that Kami band guitarist Mikio Fujioka would perform with Baby Metal before passing away on January 5th of the following year. He was only 36. Now, at the start of 2018, Baby Metal did not have anyone fill in the spot once held by Yui Metal, as they had hopes that Yui Metal would eventually return to her position on stage. So what they did instead was experiment. 2018 is known to be a dark time for Baby Metal due both to the loss of Mikio and Yui on a more serious note, but also on a lighter note, if I may. It was dark because, Baby Metal made some choices with their appearance on stage in 2018. Those choices were received with mixed feelings. What I will say in the cosmetic department is I do think this look could work, though I'm not so sure about this one. To each their own, but one of the iconic recognizable factors in Baby Metal is their hairstyles. And it was a strange choice to obscure that with headwear or do whatever they're doing here. But hey, as far as I'm concerned, Baby Metal could come on stage in fast food mascot cosplay, and I would still pay money to see them. So outside of their costumes changing in 2018 and a strange decision by management, the very first show in 2018 gave fans no...
The one with the headwear was fine. The one afterwards, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Why do you guys look like you have twigs in your hair?
Yeah. So I recently did a video about like just a really quick one, top 5 outfits, and in that one, I did mention that outfit from 2018 without the headwear would be good.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like, I think that's the only issue.
Yeah.
No indication that Yui Metal would not be there for the performance, or that, because of this, dance formations would be radically altered. It's even stranger that they kept this secret since they had previously given everyone a heads up at their last show. But maybe they just didn't realize that fans had just assumed everything would be back to normal the following year. In any case, while the outfit change and dance choreography reimagining were not a big deal, a lot of fans were understandably upset that there was no transparency initially on Yui continuing her absence from the team. As stated by the original creator of the Baby Metal Guide, Caitlin, better known as Arin Agitsune, who was present for the first show at Kansas City, she said that there was a lot of confusion, and the atmosphere was, I quote, weird, despite the show still being a great show. Unlike the last time Baby Metal performed without Yui, Moa had also started singing all of Yui's parts, another ominous sign that this new formation might not just be temporary. Now, throughout 2018, Baby Metal performed with various backup dancers, but these were not the Avengers that we will talk about later. Further solidifying 2018 as Baby Metal's weirdest year, these backup dancers were a team of initially 2, later expanding to 5 dancers who performed with Baby Metal exclusively in 2018. And none of them were the Avengers that you have heard of or that the fans discuss to this day. I will put these 5 girls on screen so you can see who they are, but given their brief existence in Baby Metal, going into too much depth on them would not be really productive for your general Baby Metal knowledge. Just know that they came to support Baby Metal in their time of great need. On October 19th, 2018, Yui made her official statement withdrawing from Baby Metal for good. This made her loss a permanent one for fans. Due to the timeline of events, it can pretty much be assumed that the reason 2018 felt so haphazard and unconventional was due to the team holding out hope that Yui would return. But with this official departure, more permanent changes would need to be made. This change would take more time, and fans would need to wait until April of the following year to see what BABYMETAL would do next. In April 2019, BABYMETAL announced their Metal Galaxy World Tour, along with some headlining shows that would take place before called BABYMETAL Awakens, The Sun Also Rises. And that series is where we need to stop off first.
Perfect time to pause for a bathroom break.
Oh, you too? Hey, actually, I was about to say, hey, maybe also. Should we take turns so there's a face on screen at all times?
you can go first. I'll do the first Q&A here.
Okay. Hey, hold on. I'll be right back.
How's everyone doing? Welcome in if you're just joining us. Don't worry, the VOD will be up afterwards to check out more. Katona was also in Iron Bunny, which was a great band too. I did watch a couple Iron Bunny videos before. Chair grift. Show the chair and make us send super chats for you to come back. Oh, there you go. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Yeah, guys, send super chats to make him come back. The chair grift. How many of you have watched this video already? The definitive guide. It's a thing. It's not effective. Oh, it's not effective. I'm sure it is for somebody out there. It'll be effective. I only saw part of it. Nice. So you're watching this is your first time watching the full thing. I haven't seen it yet, so this is actually my first time seeing it. It's very good. Very good. I did, but I think I fell asleep because it was too long. It's too long. Are you falling asleep now? You're staying awake for this one? I'm surprised I'm staying awake, you know? No, it's entertaining. I really love his choice of music too, of course. Nice. Well, I'm thankful for you guys to be here to watch it with us. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe to this channel. We're reactivating it, bringing this podcast back where we talk about like our favorite artists from all over the world. I think it's a great video. Nice. And he is back. Now it's his turn to talk while I use the restroom. I think the biggest question you need to ask him, did he wash his hands? Are you back? I'm going to make the chat big enough for you to read. Oh, we still can't hear you. Uh-oh. He had to take the AirPods out. You should have left them in while you were pissing. Give us that cool sound effect.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I just actually hit the mute button when I went.
Alan, I'm loving the Baby Slaw shirt. I love this shirt. This is my
great shirt. I need one. I'm a fake Song 3 fan without it.
That's such a good song. Have you watched our cover of that song?
Yes, that's one of the covers that I've actually seen. I mentioned on the last one, I actually randomly popped into it when you were streaming on YouTube live by chance. I just saw that it was like, oh, it was live, and I see Song 3 on there, so I was like, yeah, that's where I'm going right now because
that's awesome. 3, so. Alan's going to drop a deuce. You know what? Maybe I should. All right, I'll be right back. Ask Gabe any questions you guys have about the video, and I'm sure I'm going to ask him more afterwards.
Okay. Well, let's see. Hey, pal, I sure hope you wash your hands. Yep. Check. Oh, shit. That's not a question. But pun intended, perhaps. Hi. Hey, I know that guy, Moto Cruz. And that's a stand-up gentleman right there. Hello. Now, depending on what color the font is on your name, it makes it harder to see. Whoever's green, who's green? I'm going to get uncomfortably close to the camera so I can see because I have a tiny little phone. Alan, well, I see Dalton. How long did it take to make the video? How long did it take them? Oh, okay. So if we're talking about the length in total, how long it took me to make that guide video? Well, I will say this. If you go on my posts on YouTube, at one point I posted like me officially saying, hey, I'm making the video. Like I decided I'm going to make the guide video. At that time when I made that post, that day I started writing the script. And I can't remember exactly how long it was from that, but if memory serves, I think I took about 2 full weeks of just writing the script, because it was research, it was listening to other videos, wanting to make sure more than anything that I didn't get anything wrong, because I wanted it to be accurate. Because a lot of my videos, I don't focus on meticulous accuracy. I try to keep everything fun and I try to be accurate. But for the guide video specifically, I really wanted it to be, hey, this is a guide video. Make sure your stuff is correct. So that took a long time. So I think I took 2 weeks of just writing, and then man, the editing. Like, so this is the guide video is the only video I made where I had multiple recording sessions for the audio. So every other video I've made on my channel, I recorded the audio all at once. Except maybe one other, it was like 2 instances. But with this guide video, I was taking breaks in my car at work. I was like on lunch breaks at home. Anytime I could get a moment to just like sit in the car, where it's the only place I can get like anything close to good acoustics, and like just get like a portion of the dialogue out and record that. So I took 2 weeks to write the script. I took like a couple days of like just audio segments, like recording just the raw audio. And then at that point, putting it all together. And then anytime you record audio for a video, at least for me, like it's scripted, yes, but there's going to be multiple takes on that script when you're speaking it. So like you have to cut stuff out, you have to say things over. So you have to get the actual like raw audio down to a normal amount. So when I first posted about my raw audio, it was like 2 hours and 47 minutes. And it's like, that's long. And then it ended up being, as you can see, a little less than 2 hours after I cut the things that shouldn't have been in there. So total time, I want to say, because when I post the Momo video up until the guide, almost a month. I would say about a month's time that it took me to make the guide video, maybe a slightly less, longer than I've ever taken on any other video. Which, it's the longest and the most thorough. So I hope everybody likes it, because it was hard. But it was fun though. It was a fun time, and like I suggested in one of the posts I made on YouTube, while I was still making the video, it reignited my passion for the band. Like looking into the history again, having to look at all the stories and all the history of what they went through, what they've done for music in general. Like it just makes you like them all over again, like completely brand new. Like I was refreshed in my fandom. So like I would encourage anyone who's a fan who feels jaded for some reason about BABYMETAL to just do a deep dive on their history again.
It's also just fun to learn it. Like I've always liked documentaries in general. And like I was just saying about the VH1 behind the scenes and stuff like that. This is what it kind of reminds me of, like learning about it. Because that's how I learned so much about the other bands when I was younger. I would have never known about the struggles of some of those other bands until I watched those VH1 documentaries, right? And I feel like this is
super interesting.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, it really is. Just to hear all that stuff, how it goes down. Of course, those documentaries, there's always something about somebody having a drug problem.
Yeah, it was funny because so with my oldest daughter, like when I talk to her about music now, like, she's getting a little older. I mean, she's about to be 11, but like that's because, I got her into a lot of the music she's into. And like we talk about music, and that topic of like, hey, people in the music industry tend to have this issue. Like, because this is a prevalent issue. Like I think it came up maybe for the first time just the other day. And I don't think I said the word drugs in the conversation, but it just came up like, hey, would you want to be in a band or would you want to be famous? And I was like, well, yeah, but not everything about being a famous person is glitz and glamour. There are things that people fall into that are bad in that environment. And yeah, like it is crazy. Like it's like the fact that it's a cliche that it happens to most bands, especially in like rock and metal. I mean, I guess it could be just as much so for some other genres as well, but that's just what I'm more familiar with. But it doesn't sound like you hear it as often with the pop artists or with the maybe with the hip hop and the rap, I guess. But like,
yeah,
maybe they just keep it more tight knit and hush hush on the pop. But like anybody can have a drug problem, like it can happen to anybody when you're around it, when it's accessible, when everyone and everyone wants to be your friend. Like, yeah,
Well,
like anybody could fall into that.
With those behind the scenes videos, though, they have to have this like story arc to every video. And when they can't find anything really tragic, I remember like Kid Rock's one. He has a pretty crazy story with his family.
Oh, I believe that.
So they use that, but not so much to drug stuff. But if they couldn't find anything, they always made it seem about a little bit heavier on the drugs and stuff. They're really
well, because there's always something there.
Yeah.
Even if it's not as serious as they make it, right? There's always something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I mean.
Hashtag private, which is an awesome name, by the way, said, "Your daughter, how old are you?"
All right. I want to take just like 30 seconds, rapid fire. Anyone who doesn't officially know, because I have said it before, how old do you think I am? Just throw some guesses out there. How old? Well, how old do I look? Flatter me, please.
50, 55.
That is a form of flattery, because now you're saying that I look really good for my age. Okay, 2 people got close within 1. Someone said I look 28, which is flattering. 32 is younger than I am. Okay, I'll stop. It's 36. I'm 36 years old. But I think Alan already knew this because we talked about birth years. So,
well, I mean,
all
the genres of music we're talking about is pretty easy to figure out.
Oh yeah, and I think
and this video makes it pretty easy to figure it out.
Like
you look 12. You look 12. Wow.
I look 12.
Yeah.
I guess in the right lighting. But my daughter's like 1 year away from that, but she is the oldest, to be fair. But for those who don't know, I got 4 kiddos running around. That's just my oldest. So there's 4 of them over here. I mean, one of them's at a friend's house right now, but there's 4. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Back to the video.
Yeah.
So, on June 28th of 2019, during the pre-tour headlining series performed at Yokohama Arena, this is when the Avengers made their debut. Again, these were not the backup dancers from 2018, but 3 entirely new girls, one of which will look familiar. Essentially, what the Avengers were Baby Metal's answers to restoring the trio-based choreography and presentation of Baby Metal. 2018 saw near unrecognizable variations of Baby Metal's presentation in more ways than one, but in 2019, they decided that they needed to get back to what people fell in love with initially in a focused trio of girls, backed, of course, still by the Kami Band. Now, one of the 3 Avengers was Momoko Okazaki, but she would not become BABYMETAL official member for many years. I point this out because we already know that you know who Momo is. But who are the other 2 Avengers? Well, none of the Avengers were permanent BABYMETAL members and had no introduction stating their names with metal at the end of them. But fans figured out who they were, and today we know that those other 2 were Riho Sayashi and Kano Fujihira. And you thought we were done with member bios. Don't worry, these will be super quick. Just so you know a little bit about the Avengers who did not remain with BABYMETAL. So Kano spent time in Sakura Gakuin just like every other permanent BABYMETAL member did, and was the youngest girl to ever wear the BABYMETAL uniform, having been born in 2004. She's known to be a strange yet endearing kid, and still has her fans in the existing BABYMETAL fandom, so you should know who she is. Especially since she's featured in the music videos for Shanti Shanti Shanti, Elevator Girl, and most notably, Papaya. Somewhere around 2020, her time with BABYMETAL ended.
Kano was the one that I wanted to be chosen at first. Yep. When we were on stream, I think, talking about it, like who's going to be chosen, and that's when I learned that everybody wanted Momo to be chosen. That's when I found out, because I asked everybody, like, "Oh, which one do you guys want?"
I didn't have like any of that. Like, I never went through the like, "Hey, who are they going to choose?" By the time I came on, it was already Momo. So,
well, hell, I said, I didn't even know if they're going to ever play again.
Yeah.
When I got into him, I thought I was getting into him way too late. You know, I'm like, "Oh, they're done, they're done," and then bam.
Honestly, a lot of people probably felt that way. Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably a lot of people just like it because that was a weird time to come in for sure. Like even weirder than coming in as late as I did. I think coming in when they were a duo, I think that was a weird time.
Yeah, like at least you're coming in while they're releasing music.
Also, yes, yep. Because when I came in, the other one was like really fresh still, like just 1 year old. So yeah.
Yep.
A member of the group 1-5. Now for Riho Sayashi, the only girl to ever put the battle armor on to not be an alumni or existing member of Sakura Gakuin. Her origins were with the group called Morning Mazume, having a contract with Hello Project, with whom she last performed with in 2019, just before coming to BABYMETAL as one of the Avengers. She performed many shows with BABYMETAL, but did not make it into an official music video like Kano did.
Right,
however, if there's one thing BABYMETAL fans do more...
So after I came out with the guy, that was one fact I did get slightly wrong. So she was briefly featured in the ... Dance music video, but that music video is a combination of footage with her and with Momo. So I didn't catch it until someone pointed it out. I never caught that she was in that video because I only noticed the Momo parts. But apparently it's a compilation of multiple performances where some are Momo and some are Riho. So for Riho, sorry. Because I said, oh, she's not in any official music videos. She's in one at least, briefly. So,
okay, gotcha.
More than any other metal
It's a
fan,
minor thing.
it's watch live performances. So she still gets played to this day on YouTube in full BABYMETAL garb. Just like Kano, however, Riho was no longer filling duties as an Avenger by the end of BABYMETAL's tour in 2020, and by that time, Momoko Okazaki was the only remaining BABYMETAL Avenger. But like many things that get mentioned, more on that later. Let's discuss the actual Metal Galaxy album for a minute. The album Metal Galaxy was the third studio album by BABYMETAL and featured many fan-favorite songs like Papaya, a collaboration with Thai rapper F-Hero, and Brand New Day, also a collaboration with Polyphia guitarist Tim Henson and Scott LePage. Metal Galaxy also features the song Distortion, which is yet another fan favorite, crowd pleaser, and has been played at quite a few live shows. Before moving on, you should also know that the international version of Metal Galaxy contains a song called Up Down Left Right BBAB. This is a beloved love letter to video game culture and has never once been performed by BABYMETAL live. A fact I really hope dates this video. That song is Bananas, and I'm a big fan of bananas.
Oh, banana.
Anyway, when the actual Metal Galaxy World Tour finally began in September of 2019, BABYMETAL began with 20 shows in the US, then 9 in Japan, and 17 actually performed shows in Europe. One of the shows was BABYMETAL's first arena show in the US, where they performed on October 11th, 2019 to a sold-out venue named The Forum in Los Angeles.
Ugh, gross.
March 1st was not meant to be the last show of the Metal Galaxy World Tour, but April 2020 dates were all canceled, and it was for the exact 2020 reason you may suspect. 2020 sucked. In countless ways. 2020 was a stupid year that no one liked. But if I may offer, 2020 did have two wonderful occurrences. For on October 9th and October 30th, 2020, just in time for Halloween, BABYMETAL first released a song entitled BMC, and then were featured on a song released by Bring Me the Horizon entitled
Oh my God, when Kingslayer came out, I lost my mind. I'm about to say 2020 was rough, right? But probably one of the craziest years of my life, just in general. It was a great year, actually. It was bad.
It is
bad,
funny
but
how
great.
Yeah. There are, obviously we all acknowledge the bad things that happened in 2020, but because of how the world was operating at that time, I do think there were people that were able to use that, disconnection from like the normal side of their life to like do something different. And I've heard a lot of stories of people like, hey, 2020 sucked, but for me, I got X, Y, or Z done, or this happened in my life because of the weird way that the world was at the time. So
my YouTube
there are
stuff,
silver linings.
My YouTube stuff would have never happened. Probably if it wasn't for 2020.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of people that like really got into social media at the time, like to actually, become a creator because hey, stuck at home.
Yeah,
that's something I can do like at home. Like a lot of people, like even some of my favorite YouTubers now really popped off in 2020 because they now all of a sudden have all this time at home, and some of them are going great now because they happen to kind of be forced into that situation and it just worked out. So yeah, like hey, bad things happened, yes, but silver linings are important to focus on so that we don't have to focus on the bad all the time.
But I think Kingslayer was a gateway to all these heavier BABYMETAL collabs for sure. 100%.
So and it was a gateway for a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people I know heard Kingslayer and was like, yes, this I like. Like this is good.
Yep.
I mean, not
Kingslayer.
only do you have Bring Me the Horizon, like as an established metal band that people already love, like, I mean, sure, everybody has their haters, but like they're established, right? And then so like if you don't already like BABYMETAL, but like you have hey, Bring Me the Horizons with them, like who the hell am I?
Well, guess what? It was opposite for me. Baby Metal introduced me to Bring Me the Horizon.
Really?
I never listened to Bring Me the Horizon.
I listened to them in high school a lot. In fact, because it just happened, Bring Me the Horizon just re-released a song that was 20 years old just a couple days ago, or like maybe even yesterday, from their like Pray for Plague era. I forget the name of the song because that was back when I listened to songs based on the track number. But it was like the first time I'd heard the song in 20 years, and they literally remixed it and re-released it, and it was like. And that was one of those moments where I was like, wow, high school was 20 years ago.
I still,
that's nuts.
I need to listen to maybe some older Bring Me the Horizon, but
it's different.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a big fan of Bring Me the Horizon.
I don't listen to them a lot anymore.
Their newer
but
stuff
I listened to a lot in high
gets
school.
Tedious and boring for me. But my buddy Eric, who's a huge fan of Bring Me the Horizon, so he knew who they were out the gate. Said, hey, you need to listen to more. And then to be fair, the song that this little EP was on for Bring Me the Horizon, this Bring Me the Horizon EP, I absolutely loved. But the newer songs that came out afterwards, not a fan of. But I haven't listened to older songs yet. So there's that too.
They do sound different.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard they're like much heavier and stuff like that.
A little more raw sounding, a little more thrashy sounding. And I mean, hey, it was 20 years ago. Like it was stuff you'd hear on MySpace in 2006. Like,
yeah,
like that's where I heard
weren't they
it.
a MySpace band? Pretty much.
That's where I heard them.
Yeah.
That's where I heard them. Yeah. So
these are two of Baby Metal's all-time greatest songs and/or features, both for different reasons. First, BMC. Unless you count Ine, which is being a little generous, BMC is the first time Sue really rapped in a song, and she kills it. The entire song is fast rapping, and she kills it. And that is nothing to say of the massively disgusting heaviness that pervades through the riffs of the songs. A true testament to the innovation of Baby Metal and a song that still appears regularly on live set lists. Okay, now for Kingslayer. Now, skipping back a beat, Baby Metal had been friends with Bring Me the Horizon since June 2015 when they met at the Kerrang Awards where Baby Metal accepted their Spirit of Independence Award. Vocalist Ollie Sykes can be seen here, wearing one of Baby Metal's signature merch shirts while performing at the Reading Festival in August that same year. Anyway, back to 2020. It is difficult to describe how well-received Kingslayer became within the Baby Metal fandom, but that is nothing compared to how beloved this song became some years later. But I will save that for them. Just know that people really like the song already in 2020. To cap off 2020 on December 31st, even with everything going on, Baby Metal managed to hit another major milestone. Baby Metal was invited to NHK's television event, Kohaku, which is known to be the most popular televised event in Japan. Only the most successful Japanese singing acts get invited to this event, and Baby Metal helped the female team win this competition for the first time in 4 years. In 2021, Baby Metal held 10 shows from January to April to celebrate their 10 years as a band. They released a Best of Album and played each of the 10 songs on the Best of Album at these shows, along with the final performances to date of any Black Baby Metal songs, which Moa performed solo with unnamed backup dancers known as the Sister Bones. It was also the last known performance of Sue Metal's solo songs,
Sister Bones
the last
thing,
one she ever sang being No Rain, No Rainbow, all while playing the piano. There was a substantial gap in festivities from April to October 2021, and on October 11th, Baby Metal released a version of the song The One, played on piano, entitled Stairway to Living Legend. And then, Baby Metal was said to be sealed away. In the real world, this meant that Baby Metal was going on a hiatus. And though hindsight has shown that this hiatus was always meant to be temporary, at the time, some feared Baby Metal was actually done forever. But of course, if you're a human being watching this now...
That was me, 100%. I definitely was part of that. I remember watching that, I'm like, they're done. They're done until further notice. Like I knew they were going to come back, but I didn't think they would come back that soon. I was thinking, oh, there's probably going to be like maybe some anniversary thing down the line or something. And I was like, all right. It was crazy. That was
a time I'm glad I did not have to live through.
That was a crazy time. So that's when I went back and started watching all the old concerts, like from the beginning to now. There's still a lot of concerts that I haven't watched yet, but
for sure, same. Like there's tons that because like I spend so much time.
Oh yeah, I teared up.
Not necessarily like watching like what's that?
Oh, they were saying like a lot of people teared up. Yeah, that was me totally. I was like, because the one playing. Yeah,
I can imagine.
I teared up when they came back. I was like, because it felt nostalgic at that point. Like spending so much time listening to so many live concerts with everyone that's here in the chat. I'm sure a lot of you were at those live streams, and just the journey that was discovering Baby Metal and doing all those Twitch live streams, like with Eric and Chowder, my buddies and stuff on Dichotic channel. We had been listening to them for so long. And then like to hear that it was done, we're like, ugh, you know, and like, but yeah.
I mean, hey, if they did that again now, like to where I am at as a fan now, like yeah, like I don't.
So when they came back, and they every song, I remember the first song I reacted to, I teared up immediately. I was like, it was because it was unreal that they actually came back. I was like, what? So,
nice.
But yeah, anyways.
Now, you already know that is not what happened. But this is the time period when Momoko Okazaki did that Girls Planet 999 competition we mentioned earlier where she tried to join a K-pop group. So on April 1st, 2022, Baby Metal announced the Other One Restoration Project, which was just a convoluted way of teasing their fourth studio album before actually announcing it later that year in October. They also in October announced that there would be a concert in 2023.
Oh, and that was when we started reacting to all the little snippets of the song on the Guys and Guys podcast, because that's when that podcast was launched. Man, bringing back memories right now. I'm like, oh, okay, wow, very familiar with this.
The time that having all the dates strewn about like really helps like just to remember like what time it is, and then you think about all these other things that are going on those years. It's kind of a weird way to kind of relive other history too. When you say like, hey, if you didn't know already, this is what was happening with them while you were doing whatever else. Like, you know, like it's
yeah.
Weird. It's a weird way to like re-experience your own memories too. It's cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
So then Baby Metal officially returned from their hiatus on January 28th of 2023 with 2 concerts in 2 days called Baby Metal Returns, performed at Makuhari Messi. I would like to share this quote from Sue Metal in a Metal Hammer interview speaking of the return from hiatus. Sue Metal: "The most memorable day this year was the first show in January after the sealing of our live activities. When I first heard the cheers of the audience for the first time in 2 years, I realized, I'm back. I can stay here. How precious this place is to me." Sue Metal has achieved so much and worked so hard and still is so appreciative and humble. How many famous people can you say this about? This wasn't a statement on some televised, widely seen interview. Just a written interview that a lot of people probably would never see. This is real. Sue Metal is genuine. Don't mistake the rehearsed answers they sometimes need to relay for their marketing team. When they tell you they appreciate the fans, that is directly from the heart. So anyway, this performance again, entitled Baby Metal Returns, was also the first appearance of a separate band called Metalverse, a group of 3 girls seemingly made in the image of Baby Metal, who performed opposite them for Doki Doki Morning. This performance is a lot of fun and my personal favorite performance of this song. But the importance of the group known as Metalverse has been nebulous. It was once thought that they...
Not anymore?
No, that's not my favorite Doki Doki Morning performance anymore because now it's yours.
Oh.
were meant to replace Baby Metal, which thankfully turned out to not be true, and Baby Metal has only gotten more popular while Metalverse has since struck.
That's right. That was one of the big arguments in the Guys You Guys podcast. I'm like, I of course it was me going like, watch, this is gonna be the transitioning of power like between the groups or whatnot, and they're gonna be the next Baby Metal to take over.
Well, and there are those online that still suggest they kind of are, and I think it's we still gotta wait and see what happens. I mean, obviously they're not the same group. They have their own, thing, but like.
Because there was people that mentioned, well, they're meant to be replaced eventually because all the idol groups is what they would say always have that happen. And that's an other debate that goes down about the whole idol thing too, of course.
Yeah. So I'm glad, I'm glad you brought that up because like for me, I do see like there is a side of the fandom that is very militantly like not against, but very much like they're not an idol group anymore, even if they started that way. There's a section that feels that way, and then there's a section that continues to bring up the idol side. And for me, like a lot of things, I'm kind of in the middle on it because like you can't really take the idol part out of Baby Metal. It's part of what they are. Like, and that's a good thing. Like they took all the best tropes of the idol stuff and kept it without having in my opinion, the less, positive sides of it. So like they are still having those elements. Like they have the choreography, like that's part of Idol. Like that's not something other metal groups do. And they have like the personalities, they have like hey, they are the front people, like obviously they're not playing the instruments. They're an idol group basically fronting that metal. Like there's nothing wrong with saying that to me. Like baby metal still baby metal. Like how the word you use to describe them, like, we can't get too hung up on that. But the culture is still in it. Like they still have a little bit of idol culture in it. And I don't think that should go away. That being said, the practice of replacing idol members and pop idol groups, I don't buy that that's going to happen, at least not in the same way that some people would say. If it does happen, it wouldn't be because that's what you do with pop idols. If it happens, it's because of some like other reason that X, Y, or Z member wants to or needs to move on, and we want to keep baby metal. That would be the only reason, in my opinion.
They're thinking because of the age, like after keeping it, the age group or whatnot. But I think it's going to stay like this. And if another member leaves, not saying Momo would leave or anybody would leave, I think they might still try to keep it going. But I think if Sue ever left, it's done.
You should watch. We need to watch my video on stream. We need to watch my video on stream.
Yeah,
the one where I talk about what is. I honestly think it's such an interesting video. I think it I want to hear your thoughts. I really do. Like what you think about my take on what could happen, because I don't think a lot of people. I do think many people think, hey, Sue leaves, done. And I entertain that idea in the video, but I also talk about some other possibilities, and I think they're interesting.
Well, yeah, you have a whole alternate group right here that we're looking at on screen.
Yeah.
I mean, if they were to carry a torch, that's how they would do it. But honestly, the most exciting thing about this is that we're talking about it, and there's speculation, and there's so many options, there's so many pathways that this could go, which makes us all more intrigued to keep following this band and keep listening, because essentially we don't know what's going to happen, and I think that makes it exciting. Rather, it's gets a little heated in the comment section,
and it doesn't need to, right? It really doesn't need to,
but
because we're all just speculating.
It's fun to talk about, but like if you don't have the mysterious and the speculation and the chatter about it, then the band will be lost. There will be less interest in the band. And I think all of this talk about it just garners more interest around the band and more like a mystique to it, more mysterious thing to the group. And I think it's important for longevity for a group. And I think that's why they've been able to do what they've been doing since 2014, right? I think it's very important. So it's funny when there's certain people like, I'm done listening to baby metal or whatever. Yeah, well, you're done, but that also multiplied into an extra 40 fans, So for the people that didn't want to stick around, because I think a lot of people do enjoy the lore and the mysterious thing behind the band. I think it's important.
It's part of it.
It's part of what
it's part of what they do.
Yep.
Yes, it is. All of it is. I don't want to separate any part out of what they are. It's all part of it. And if you take any part away, it is less so them. Again, the people who kind of reject the idol part of it, saying like that's kind of a part of the past. It's not. It's still there. They're not the same as they were in 2010, but they still have their roots in that. Yeah. And that's a good thing. That's how they started, and that's why they're different from everybody else. So it's a good thing.
There's so much speculation on every aspect of the band that is fascinating to me, even down to the Kami band. And the members of Kami band, even that has like a lot of debate
identity
back and forth. Sorry, even that has a lot of debate going back and forth, right? And that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. How many groups or artists can you think of that we can talk about now that has this much debate?
There's a lot of it.
Other than like maybe K-pop groups might have a lot, but not like this. I don't know, but I could be biased also. That's just me.
No, I'm not biased at all, about my favorite band. Absolutely not. Everything is objective. I only say objective things. Absolutely.
Though they seem to be on the right track as of 2025, when they reappeared as the opening act for Baby Metal in August of 2025. Though originally conceived as part of the same universe as Baby Metal in the lore, and under the same management, so far as we have seen, you don't really need to know much else about Metalverse as a Baby Metal fan, and the crossover between the fandoms is not as large as you may think at first glance. They do sound and offer two quite different experiences. But I wish them the best. And then finally, at the conclusion of this show, it was hinted that BABYMETAL would be assigning a new permanent member to the trio of BABYMETAL, and put to rest the Avenger era for good. Now it's time for BABYMETAL to casually prove that they are the most innovative girls around again. On March 10th of 2023, they were featured on The First Take, a YouTube show wherein artists perform a song in one take. No remixing, editing, or getting a second chance. Not only did they knock this performance out...
Well, that's a debate. Yeah, we could talk about it in another video to get into that one, but yeah.
I did say that, presenting it as like that's how they present it.
Yeah. I was like,
I don't know how raw it actually is.
It doesn't matter anyways to me in general. The thing that I love is that it is a different version of the song that I absolutely love.
Yeah.
So
especially in this case.
Yeah, especially in this case, and that's all that matters to me. But it is. I hate that they're deceiving about it, but yeah.
Metal, but the song they chose was a never-before-heard piano version of Monochrome, and to date, this is many fans' favorite version of Monochrome, bringing some fans to literal tears. It really is a shame that they have never performed this version live, but the original version of the song is nothing to turn your nose up at, so there's no bad ending here. Not long after the First Take video on March 24th, the Other One album was released, which was BABYMETAL's fourth studio album, and the album that would be their last as a duo.
Monochrome is also my favorite cover that we've done of BABYMETAL just because of the music video that we did. I absolutely love how everything came out. It was my favorite cover.
I have to see this. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, maybe you can watch it at the end if I don't get called in for my.
I love Monochrome. Yeah, that was the first BABYMETAL song that brought tears to my eye.
Yeah, I love that song a lot.
Let's discuss the Other One briefly before moving on. Big things are coming, but we still need to talk about some of the things off this album. The Other One was BABYMETAL's fourth album, but it was released being referred to as a concept album, which is a bougie way of saying, this album is an experiment we reserve the right to ignore when we feel like it. The album does get overlooked a lot by fans, but far more by BABYMETAL themselves. Truth be told, it has many fantastic songs on it, and is the most mature BABYMETAL album if that's what you're looking for.
Yep.
The most notable songs off the album, according to BABYMETAL themselves, would have to be Divine Attack, which does get mentioned sometimes by the girls in interviews.
そして私たちの楽曲に Divine Attack っていう曲があって
But far more than that one, Monochrome is the clear takeaway from the Other One. Monochrome remained a consistent setlist staple for BABYMETAL for years, and is likely not to vacate its position permanently, probably still appearing on setlists throughout 2026.
Monochrome is the most Western style album that they have. That's how I look at it. But it's still.
You mean the other one? Like the album?
Yeah, the album. The other one. Because that is such a Western thing to do, is have a very cohesive album where the songs sound similar in style and mixing. Where like some of the other albums, you have drastically different styles of mixes. Where this is like very consistently the same type of mix throughout, and it has the same tone throughout, but you have interesting parts in it. It's like before you had cohesive songs, and this is a cohesive album. You know, going throughout all the genres, because they all have the same dark tone to it, the same type of drum sounds. Like everything is very similar to each other, and it's good, and that's why it feels more mature to me. Also, like it sounds like, oh, they know the direction they're going on this entire album. You know, there's no experimenting per song type thing. It almost feels like what do you call those albums? A concept album. That's what it
that is what they refer to it as. As a
and
concept
that totally makes sense. That makes sense.
And I think even like for people that don't necessarily think about that deep level of like music on it, I think even at a surface level, you can tell that the Other One has just a little bit of a less silly vibe than a lot of their other albums have, intentionally so. You know, they have some silliness in their songs, but the Other One is the one album that kind of sticks out as like, you know, the more mature, more serious, kind of darker album. And I do think that is one of the reasons that a lot of people do gravitate towards it in the fandom. And of course, because it kind of gets overlooked a little bit, that just elevates that feeling even more, because now you want to, it's like, why doesn't this get focused on more? Why does Koba not care about this album? It's a weird choice that they treat it the way they do, but you know, it still gets mentioned. And obviously Monochrome still gets played all the time. So like, it's not like they don't know it exists. It just, not every song on there gets a lot of play.
Yeah. Yep.
If I Were a Betting Man. It's a fantastic song, and is the backdrop for one of the most heart-melting moments between Sue Metal and Momo Metal, where, spoilers, Sue motions Momo to come closer during the live performance of this song. a crystal clear window, in my opinion, into the minds of both members. Momo being still new and not wanting to overstep, and Su Metal insisting, no, you are family now. Get over here. Su Metal takes care of her own. We still have so much to cover, so I'm sorry the other one album, we must move on. So now let's officially end BABYMETAL's time as a two-woman show. On April 1st, 2023, one of BABYMETAL's most important concerts of their history took place at the PIA Arena called BABYMETAL Begins. Not because of what songs they played or the fact that it was held on Vox Day. No, this first day, April 1st, 2023, held immense weight and gravity because, finally, BABYMETAL was announced as the official new third member of BABYMETAL. No more Avengers, no more uncertainty, and this announcement alone came with an unspoken promise. BABYMETAL was not going anywhere. After all, they would not have announced a new member so ceremoniously if they had planned to disband anytime soon. BABYMETAL's announcement was met with thunderous applause, and this is the only appropriate way to react every time someone utters the name BABYMETAL. BABYMETAL kicked off another tour, supporting the band Sabaton, and then they would continue various performances throughout the...
That was the first time I saw BABYMETAL live, was with Sabaton.
Oh.
Yep,
Very nice.
In Austria. Yep, first time I ever saw
In Austria, wow, okay.
In August, BABYMETAL released Metalli, a collaboration with Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine fame, which was the first song...
Which, by the way, Joaquin is the coolest person ever. I have an interview, check it out with him, but he alludes to... Cobra Metal in that interview about stuff, and it's so funny how he hinted towards certain things happening later on in that interview. So it was really wild.
To feature BABYMETAL and went far enough to give her the entire bridge as her own, effectively becoming the song version of her intro to the group. The song features Momo acting in the style of kabuki theater and is equal parts fun and metal. How metal is Metalli? Well, when BABYMETAL performed it live shortly after its release at Summer Sonic, BABYMETAL showed everyone what she could bring to the table for BABYMETAL that was unique to her and no one had done before. Momo could growl. Are you ready? While touring North America in 2023, BABYMETAL started receiving gifts from fans who would throw plushies and other gifts onto stage, hoping that the girls would take them. This may or may not have happened prior to 2023, but this is when it was really noticed and when it really took off as a commonplace occurrence. Some fans are against the practice, thinking that it is a distraction or even a safety risk for the girls, as throwing objects of any kind onto a stage can definitely lead to a risk for anyone dancing on a stage. But the girls do react positively to receiving the gifts, and I'm sure it's an out-of-this-world feeling knowing that one of your gifts was accepted. So, far be it from me to tell anyone not to do it. Just gift responsibly. Now, in October of 2023, we have to revisit Kingslayer. Remember Kingslayer? That song Bring Me the Horizon featured BABYMETAL on? At a series of shows called Next Fest, wherein both bands were present, they performed Kingslayer live for the first time together, 3 years after it was initially released. These live performances of Kingslayer are widely revered by the fandom to be some of the best performances they have ever witnessed. And even fans who never got to be there in person have...
And we were waiting for years for this. We always wondered... When was that going to happen? Because it was 2020 when it came out. So it's like, it's a long time waiting.
And I first heard, and this is in like the story I tell about like me discovering BABYMETAL in my video too, told in a better way. But when I discovered BABYMETAL like and became a fan, like after that initial false start back in 2017 and 2024, it's Kingslayer. I heard Kingslayer, so I was literally just doing dishes at home. And I look over at the screen. I might have told the story before, but and I saw it said Kingslayer featuring BABYMETAL. And then, that's how I was like, what, BABYMETAL? I forgot about them and played the song. And then this video had like recently come out of them playing live together. So for me, I didn't have to wait. Like the first time I heard the song, I just immediately went and saw the video and was like, down the hole I go. So then that's when it happened for me. I was very lucky. Like beginning of 2024 is when it all went down for me. So, and I just rolled right into like all their new stuff coming out the following year. So, or really like that summer because Ratatata came out that summer. So
that's crazy.
Cited Kingslayer as getting them into BABYMETAL and cited the live music video made from this performance in Tokyo to be one of the best things on the internet. With the start of 2024, we enter into what is known as the post-restoration era of BABYMETAL. Even though Momo Metal has now been a part of Baby Metal for nearly a year, it still took until the end of 2023 for Baby Metal to implement Momo into the music itself, and really, starting with 2024, is where Momo really comes into her own as a member. We got a glimpse with Metali, but now we have to discuss Momo's likely biggest, most iconic moment that lives not rent-free in fans' minds. We literally give this tenant money to stay here. Legend MM, a concert that took place across March 2nd and March 3rd, you know, March 3rd, Momo's birthday. On the first night, Momo did her very own version of Headbanger. Now, we haven't discussed Headbanger yet, but let me tell you how important this song is. If Baby Metal Death is Baby Metal's intro and Road of Resistance is their farewell, Headbanger is Baby Metal's anthem, their theme song. I know Gimme Chocolate is their most popular song, but you will be hard-pressed to find a Baby Metal fan who does not value Headbanger over Gimme Chocolate. Headbanger is a song about a girl going to a metal show for the first time, letting loose and headbanging to the music. Headbanger has Japanese lyrics, but you can still understand the purpose of the song without knowing a lick of Japanese, because you know as a metal fan what a headbang is. Headbanger is Baby Metal's love letter to metal music, and this song has more versions than any of their songs to date, with a version existing in the world with each of the girls singing lead for a portion of the song, which is gracefully allowed by the all-powerful Su Metal. This tradition of giving the mic to a member of the Scream and Dance division started with Yui Metal, then continued with Moa Metal twice, and now with Momo Metal. So, do you want to see why Momo Metal's version is most remembered by a large portion of fans? Do you remember what she gave us a taste of in the live version of Metali? That's right, Momo Metal, under the red lighting, while being literally bowed down to by over 15,000 people, growled like a demonic final boss at the Yokohama Arena, and Baby Metal changed forever. That might sound hyperbolic, but this moment really did mark a gradual shift in perception of Baby Metal that has since been essentially confirmed by Koba Metal himself. You see, for years, Baby Metal would have been described as sort of the Su Metal show with Yui and Moa backing her up. Even with the departure of Yui giving Moa more focus, Su had always been the clear focus of Baby Metal. And I would not go as far as to say she no longer is, that would be a bridge too far. Su still is the beating heart of Baby Metal, but beginning with Momo's dominating performance at Legend MM, fan perception started to shift towards looking at each Baby Metal member as sort of their own personalized super lady. More than ever before, each Baby Metal member had their own personalized identity, set apart from one another. Where Moa Metal and Yui Metal were selected directly due to their similarities by Koba, it almost seems like Momo was chosen for the exact opposite reasons, and brings something entirely different to Baby Metal. Throughout 2024 and 2025, there was a tonal shift in the spirit of Su and Moa, now with Momo there with them. 2018 through the beginning of 2023 were tough times for Su and Moa, and Moa has stated in an interview that their bond grew much stronger due to those struggles of being without Yui and being required to change their performances so fundamentally from what it started as. But Su and Moa have brightened since Momo joined. They smile and laugh more in interviews and have way more fun on stage than they felt like they could have for a long time. You could honestly call this new era of Baby Metal the era of joy, and you would not be wrong to say so. So now that you understand what Momo is bringing to the table, and you have seen her melt the faces of the Yokohama fans, you should also know that the next night for Legend MM, Momo sang portions of the song entitled Meta Taro. This song starts off a bit strange for the uninitiated, but I promise, it grows on you, and by the end, you'll be marching in place and singing along. And before we move on...
Yeah, that's one of the songs, too, that I was like, but yeah, it grows on
I think that
sure.
was, that was one of the first ones that I was kind of like, initially, I wasn't sure. And then it does grow on you, especially when you see like the actual performance of it and like kind of buy in a little bit more into the crowd participation portion, right? Like, but yeah, like initially, it's a little strange if you're not used to it. Sure. Yeah.
Sedga says that's a wrong statement. I don't know what he's talking about. Which statement?
Which one?
Which statement?
One?
Which statement
I
is
don't
wrong?
know.
Let us know.
Am I getting
on to a huge milestone for Baby Metal? I thought you should know something. Baby Metal performed at Sick New World in April of 2024, and this is the setting for a great interview and a continuation of Baby Metal's loving friendship.
I think they're saying wrong statement to say that like it takes a minute to get into Metatora. I think that's what they're saying. Because the following comments, like anyone who grew up with tokusatsu, I don't know what that is, can immediately appreciate Metatora. So perhaps. I don't know.
Slipknot.
Slipknot.
But that isn't what I want to tell you about. What I want to tell you about is that when Babymetal performed there, they played on the same stage that day as Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman, the man behind the orchestral scores for Batman and the Nightmare Before Christmas, performed on a stage hosted by Slipknot and also used by Babymetal. This is something I really wish I knew about earlier.
This little show, as you will see, makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But alas, neither do I.
Now, are you ready for Babymetal to go viral again? Well, according to interviews, Babymetal had long wanted a song that could really hype the crowd. Babymetal came across the song We Got the Moves by a German electronic metal band called Electric Callboy.
We started creating a new song that we can dance with the audience at the concert, like Electric Callboy's We Gotta Moves.
They didn't specify, but I'm willing to bet that they watched the live version of the performance of the song Electric Callboy posted to their YouTube on January 20th, 2023. Because if you go to the 2-minute 30-second mark of that video, you will see exactly how to command a crowd with a song that is beyond hype. So Babymetal eventually determined that rather than try and copy Electric Callboy's technique, what better way to incorporate their vibes than to bring them in and collaborate together on a song authored by them both. So on May 23rd, 2024, Babymetal and Electric Callboy dropped the music video of the song they had created together, with a name that you can't even speak without having at least a little bit of fun.
Ratatata. Yes. Please check it out.
This music video was the quickest growing of any of their music videos to date, reaching 1 million views in roughly 26 hours and 2 million at the 3-day mark, making its growth about twice as fast as the next fastest music video, which was for Papaya. In fact, the only music videos Babymetal has with more views at that point have been around for 9 and 12 years respectively, in the form of the music videos for Karate, Megitsune, and Gimme Chocolate. Gimme Chocolate music video had a slower start, but it has continued to grow, and at over 200 million views already, it is unlikely that any Babymetal music video shall ever eclipse it. But, well, stranger things have happened. The reason for the virality of this music video is easy to recognize. The music video is fun, the tune is catchy, and the words are mostly sung in English, making it very accessible to worldwide audiences. Nico and Kevin of Electric Callboy are a riot on camera, and this music video was the first time as Babymetal, Sue, Moa, and Momo really got to fully act and be silly on camera. Then, after the Ratatata music video came out, they followed up with the live debut of the song at Foxfest, a 2-day festival in Japan taking place on May 25th and 26th of 2024, and hosted by Babymetal themselves. The onstage chemistry of Electric Callboy and Babymetal was something fans immediately fell in love with, and it was clear Babymetal had begun to make deep friendships in the international metal community. I want to really harp on that word friendship, because it will become a theme and a defining factor in the new Babymetal era. Oh, and FYI, the song Ratatata was also used for Bash in Berlin by the WWE. So that also happened.
I didn't know that.
Anyway, enough of Ratatata for now. Would you believe that Babymetal performed 51 shows across 5 continents in 2024? I imagine their hiatus as like Goku's hyperbolic time chamber, because where do you even get that kind of stamina from?
Right.
Obviously, we can't talk about every one of them, but for your general awareness, in 2024, Babymetal performed at Rock in the Park and Rock at the Ring, Download Festival again, Nova Rock, Grass Pop Metal Meeting, Rock in Roma, and of course, Hellfest and Resurrection Fest. Many of these venues were ones that Babymetal had performed at previously with their original lineup, so this was Babymetal letting all of Europe know Babymetal was back in full force. That leg concluded June of 2024, and then they went back to Japan through the next few months, where they returned to Summer Sonic and Next Fest, which is the last known documented performance of Kingslayer with both Babymetal and Bring Me the Horizon on stage together. Though we all hope this happens many, many more times. Now, let's make more Babymetal history, where, beginning with a show on October 20th, 2024, they kicked off their first ever South American tour series in Brazil. South American fans had waited years for Babymetal to come to their cities, and they were finally there through the vehicle of Knotfest, continuing the endearing Babymetal-Slipknot friendship, as Slipknot had invited Babymetal as special guests for this tour. If there's one big mystery to me as a Babymetal fan, it is, where in God's name have Babymetal and Slipknot hidden their collaborative song together? Where is it, William? So after South America was thoroughly rocked, Baby Metal capped off 2024 with some more shows in North America, one in Mexico, and the rest across the US. It was at this point in my script writing for this guide that I realized that Baby Metal has barely stopped performing live for more than a few weeks at a time since April 2024. Every show is special in its own way, but at some point we have to talk about more than just, hey, Baby Metal performed here and it was awesome. That's going to happen multiple times a week for the rest of their existence so far. Baby Metal has established themselves as world-class and renowned performers who venues want at their concert halls. Now, before Baby Metal allowed 2025 to begin, in November of 2024, they collaborated with Indian metal band Bloodywood and created, in some fans' opinions, the actual best Baby Metal collab song. It was called Bekoff, meaning fearless in Hindi. If you have not heard it, give it a listen. It combines English, Hindi, and Japanese, and one other very important element: animation. That's right, the people had clamored for Baby Metal anime, and they kind of got it with this music video. Is it technically anime? Okay, no. But Su Metal, Moa Metal, and Momo Metal were in the video, fully animated and fighting demons and monsters alongside Bloodywood, while they throw lines at you that directly reference anime, like spirit bombing these mother truckers. Sorry, I'm trying to keep this video kid-friendly on the language so my daughter's allowed to watch it. This song and music video are a treat. Please help yourself to it when you are done with this video if you have not heard or seen it before. It won't end up on a Baby Metal album later, so I have to talk about it here. So 2025 began for Baby Metal with an unprecedented move for a metal band. Tell me if you had this on your Baby Metal 2025 bingo card. Baby Metal started a radio show, hosted by the one and only Su Metal, Moa Metal, and Momo Metal, where every week they answer fan mail, talk about life on the road, and bring in a rotating cast of guests to talk about metal music. Metaraji was the name of this radio show, and at the time, it really caught the fandom off guard, in the best way. But there was a catch. The radio show, announced on December 22nd, set to begin airing early January, was only to be broadcast in Japan. You could listen online, but if you didn't speak Japanese, the barrier to entry was steep. So, let's plug the Baby Metal fandom real quick, cause they really came in clutch here. Upon the first episode of Metaraji dropping on January 4th, 2025, a YouTube channel called Baby Metal Tube began posting full recordings of the Metaraji radio show on YouTube with English and Spanish subtitles, eventually incorporating other translations as well. For many fans, the Metaraji radio show was now infinitely more accessible, and this is the easiest way to hear those episodes for many fans. Baby Metal began by bringing in the J-pop group Atarashi Gakko. The girls discussed similarities and differences between their experiences touring and performing, and I still remember Moa discussing how she has to use 3 hair ties just to make sure her pigtails stay in place during performances. Metaraji radio show aired weekly for a little over a year, and as of time of recording, it is finally ending on March 28, 2026. The news of its cancellation was met with some sadness from fans, but they are set to cap off the run of the radio show with a show called Metaraji Fest. So far, we know that Maximum the Hormone and Atarashi Gakko will be there for this show, and if you don't know who those groups are, look them up. They have both been influenced.
Wait, and that show happened already, right?
Yes, yeah, because this was right before that, so now that show has happened, yes.
I don't know yet. Yeah, this year has been insane. That's the one band I still have not seen live, Maximum Hormone.
I'm sure they're great. I mean, now that I'm fairly new to them, right? But they seem like they put on one hell of a show.
Essential in the respective genres that Baby Metal blends, and Maximum the Hormone and Atarashi Gakko have already created music together. So this show is bound to be just one more show for Baby Metal to add to their list of historic metal events never done by anyone before. As for the rest of the guests and discussions on Metaraji, that could be its very own video, but an updated Baby Metal guide would be a joke without including it at least a little bit, so there you go. So jumping back to the start of 2025, Baby Metal continued to tour, but something was still missing. Baby Metal needed more songs with Momo audibly existing in the studio recorded track. She made her mark live 10 times over, but Baby Metal needed a new album. April 1st, 2025 was quickly approaching, and many fans speculated on what announcements would be made. I think the popular opinion at the time was likely that a new album would be announced, but some speculated on a possible new look for the girls to debut, or maybe some more concerts would be announced to fill out the rest of the year. Well, let me just cut to the chase and say that Fox Day came, and Baby Metal announced that in fact all of the predictions were true. Baby Metal had new outfits, they announced even more tours than previously announced UK and Europe arena tours to completely fill the year of 2025, some of which were special arena shows, including their first arena show in the United States since 2019, and yes, a new full-length album was finally coming featuring Momo Metal, entitled Metal Forth. an album whose theme was said to bring in the new metal scene and once again transform metal for a new generation. To do this, BABYMETAL planned to work with many other artists. Alongside everything else on Fox Day 2025, BABYMETAL had recently signed with major American record label Capitol Records. Prior to this point, BABYMETAL's distribution had always been managed by Japanese label Toys Factory. We mentioned Toys Factory back when BABYMETAL dropped their music video for Doki Doki Morning. Well, hold on, I thought that BABYMETAL was signed by Amuse. Okay, so maybe it was just me, but for anyone else who may have been confused by how it all works, this is how the hierarchy works. Amuse is the talent agency, and Sue, Moa, Momo, and BABYMETAL are employed by Amuse. That is who pays them, and simultaneously, all of the creative side of the music creation happens under the team at Amuse, with an asterisk for any collaborative artists, of course. Amuse has a contract with Toys Factory, who distributes BABYMETAL's media through CDs, digital distribution, and marketing. Now, before Capitol Records, Toys Factory was not handling international releases single-handedly. Rather, they would partner with various local labels in other countries. So music purchases and stream revenue goes to the record label who keep a cut. Then the money goes to Amuse talent agency who keeps a cut, and then Amuse pays their employees. And no, I don't know or think it's necessary to speculate on how much money the girls make. Like many desirable jobs, regardless of how much money they take home, there's more to it than just hard dollars and cents. I doubt Sue, Moa, or Momo are paying out of pocket these days to procure anything they eat, wear, travel, or stay in overnight for their tours. Me personally, I hope the majority of the money not going to the girls is going to this guy. And this guy. BABYMETAL must be protected at all costs. Anyway, let's forget about the money part. What this partnership with Capitol Records meant for BABYMETAL is that instead of a hodgepodge of smaller labels wherever they sell media, Capitol Records would now serve as the all-inclusive international marketing and distribution team. Capitol Records, in case you don't know, is the record label for the likes of the Beatles, and has been trusted with plenty of successful...
Hello? Yeah.
Did she pause on us? You still got me?
artists. You will come to see soon that their support would prove a mighty push for BABYMETAL in the Western and international markets. There were fans who worried that the Capitol Records partnership might westernize BABYMETAL and remove what made them unique. While I understand the spirit of this concern, I thought then and think now that concern was mostly misplaced, and does seem to fade over time. As we said, Amuse is still the creative team and still the direct employer of BABYMETAL, and BABYMETAL will always be the brains behind the operation. No changes are happening to BABYMETAL that BABYMETAL, the girls, or both don't want. But BABYMETAL has always been super experimental, and that experimentation, in truth, is the real culprit you should point to if you dislike anything BABYMETAL does. If you get mad at BABYMETAL for trying something new, you reject the very thesis and belief system they came to us with in 2010. BABYMETAL had to fight against gatekeepers for years, who refused to accept that they were metal or that they belonged on their stages.
The three girls coming on, squawking away the way they do. And I know I'm gonna get killed for saying it, but
you're
I'm
not,
sorry.
Mate, you're amongst friends. It's
called BABYMETAL. No, I'm f***ing with you. I'm not buying that shit.
If you insist that BABYMETAL must remain as they were in their 2010 to 2016 era, and reject their ability to change, this is exactly the same thing. You have become a gatekeeper. Anyway, where were we? Yes, Fox Day 2025. New outfits, new album announced, and new shows to look forward to. And barely a few more days would pass, we got a BABYMETAL single that would become a monster hit. Let's go! They joined forces with internet sensation turned metal artist Poppy and made the song From Me to You. Now, let me just take a moment to tell you the value Poppy brings to this equation. 5 months prior to Poppy and BABYMETAL's single releasing, Poppy went viral with an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel alongside the hardcore band Knocked Loose, with their collab, Suffocate. This performance was a huge win for heavy music fans across the globe, especially in the West. Being featured on Jimmy Kimmel, the same show that featured country artist Blake Shelton the week prior, a nighttime television show mostly watched by people who would clutch their proverbial pearls at the sight of a mosh pit, Jimmy had some real you-know-whats to feature such a musical performance, and people online certainly took notice. For better or for worse. This was also the performance where people who did not really know much of Poppy before first heard of her, and first heard her banshee-style shrieks. Holy cradle of filth, Batman! So hot off of this new notoriety, Poppy collaborates with BABYMETAL, and when it hits on April 4th, 2025, it hit the internet in the face with a shovel. While not as fast-growing as Ratatata,
Sorry about that, guys. That was about my car. For those that don't know, I got into a major car accident a couple months back, and yeah, they've been holding my car for a month and a half. So I've been absolutely struggling to make it to work for a good amount of a month. And then he just got done telling me that I'm still fucked and don't have my car. So that was fun. But they're buying me rentals, so that's nice of them. So no more. I've been in this van that's broken down on me three times in the past month and a half, so it's been pretty brutal. So sorry about that. Luckily, I know this part of the Baby Metal story more, so I was hearing it. I just didn't want to stop it for you guys. Sorry about that.
Did you just out of curiosity catch the Jimmy Kimmel Show Poppy stuff? Did you know about all that?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's
okay,
the part. We had a huge debate on all of that stuff on our podcast.
Yes, I still remember hearing about that happen when because I didn't know who Poppy was, not really. Like I didn't know who Poppy was when she was like an internet sensation. My first knowledge of her came from like, who's this person they had on Jimmy Kimmel? And then I saw it, and I saw like they're having a hardcore band on Jimmy Kimmel.
That is wild.
That was pretty cool. So like I don't care about late shows, but the fact that they'll like do something like that, like the way Colbert did with Baby Metal, and then the way that Jimmy Kimmel did with that gives me so much more respect for them just being willing to put that out there, because they know not everybody's gonna like that.
Yeah. Well, we got to give it up to what was a band that was starting to make metal more popular, mainstream. It was called The Summoning. What was the name of that band? They're making metal. They're making metal more like popular, more accessible. And they were just mixing like more of that pop. What's the name of the band? Why can't I remember? I'm not a very big fan of them, but that was one of them. And the debate was about Poppy being in that song. By the way,
is it the one with the guy with the mask?
Sleep Token.
Yeah, Sleep Token. Yeah, so, I'm not a big fan either.
It totally made sense for them to do that, to put them out there. It was just like that next level, which was awesome.
Yeah, Sleep Token doesn't really do it for me from what I've heard, but to be fair, I've only heard like 2 or 3 songs. It was kind of weird for me, but like, hey, who knows? Maybe they got a song that I just need to hear the right one.
Well,
but
another thing to bring up was the Bad Omens thing. When I heard Baby Metal on the radio, like regular ass radio, that blew my mind. Completely blew my mind. When that happened. I also not a big fan of Sleep Token fan, but I won't give people shit like a lot of others. Well, Sleep Token like really showed people that heavier side of music. You know, they did bring that to
and I could, like I appreciate that part of it, right? Like even if their music isn't for me, like I can definitely appreciate what a band or artist is doing for the scene, regardless of how I feel about their music. Like that's more important. Like what they're doing for the movement of metal still matters. You know, I don't have to like everything. It's the same thing with like some older bands that I don't necessarily care for musically. I still appreciate what they did for the history of music, like and that can be appreciated separately.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say, I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry, I'm still like annoyed with that phone call I just had right now.
Oh yeah, that's rough. I know. I do know the feeling of being without your car.
Real quick, just a vent. They were like, they keep throwing in my face that like, well, we are done earlier than expected. That's what keeps pissing me off. I had my car turned in since May 1st, and they said, well, our time of like estimated of getting it done was June 16th. I'm like, how is that right? A month and a half for a car.
It's a real long time.
Yeah. I have insurance and stuff, luckily, but like, it's just,
that's essential.
But I didn't have rental, so I've been driving this van that's been just breaking down all the time. It's just annoying. I've had a fix like every other week. Anyways, I got that off my chest. Back to the subject. But it's just really fucking annoying.
All good. It's all good. Got to get to work.
From Me to You would eventually go on to be used by Disney in the Marvel Zombies trailer. If you go find the trailer on YouTube, you can easily find people in the comments asking whose song it is in the background, and Baby Metal and Poppy fans coming in excitedly to tell them. The song itself features some of the most English language singing Sioux Metal has done, and the most on the upcoming album. The choreography by Baby Metal was praised, while some folks pointed out and wondered why Poppy chose to stand so perfectly still that a PNG is more likely than her to sprain its ankle. It really doesn't matter though, because Poppy would eventually perform the song live with Baby Metal and move around plenty. Not that she had anything to prove. Some people really just look for anything they can to criticize, I guess. Moving on, the album would now be subject to much discussion in the coming months. one huge reason was due to the fact that the full track list for Metal Fourth had also released, revealing every song name and every artist that BABYMETAL was collaborating with on the next album. So looking at the track list on April 4th, 2025, you could see that now that From Me to You had dropped and Metali and Ratatata had previously been released and would be included on the upcoming album, we still had 7 songs to look forward to, 4 of which were also collabs with other artists, making the intrigue higher with fans wondering how the two bands' sounds would mix. And bonus points if you already happen to be a fan of the collaborating artist, Slaughter to Prevail, Spirit Box, and 2 returning collaborative partners in Polyphia and Bloodywood. Fan discourse went wild with wondering what these songs might sound like.
Yeah.
Not just for the collabs, but the BABYMETAL original, Kawaii, garnered special notice by the fans in its spelling. The last time we got a song spelled like that, it was BMC. And that song is an absolute powerhouse of eardrum-bursting hybrid metal. Would this song be a sequel to it?
One of my favorite songs.
Now, I almost forgot about this fact before sitting down to write all this, but the album Metal Fourth was actually originally slated to release June 13th, 2025, just 2 months after Fox Day. This release date would later get pushed to June.
Oh my God, how many times did they push that thing back? I was so annoying.
It was just twice. It felt
like 8 times, okay?
Well, and like I just mentioned in the video, like when I was sitting down to write the script, I actually had forgotten about the delay entirely, just because at that point it had been a little while.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, that thing got delayed twice.
Yep.
It's like I had it marked on my calendar and everything.
And
I thought it was like 13 times.
It felt like it. It felt like 13 times.
Then again, get pushed to the final set release date of August 8th, 2 months later than the original release date. Why did BABYMETAL do this? In truth, the August release date was the better call and should have been the original plan.
Only the Fox God
Releasing
knows.
all the songs via the full album while the band was still touring was fine, but waiting until the band was close to the end of the tour would amplify anticipation for each individual song, providing BABYMETAL an opportunity to tease the crap out of their new songs. And that's exactly what they did. In any case, though, since the tracklist had been released, BABYMETAL fans knew that these songs must be finished. Would they surprise us with a live debut? Yes. Yes, they would. BABYMETAL chose to unveil the songs Con Con and Song 3 for the first time live prior to the audio or the music videos dropping, and they did so at Brussels, Belgium on May 10th. Only fan cams would help fans who weren't there get a glimpse of these glorious new tracks. But then 16 days later, BABYMETAL teased the music video for Song 3 with a YouTube short. Then again the next day. Song 3 released officially on May 28th. On a personal level, I could talk about Song 3 all day, but the reasons to like it are fairly simple. It's deliciously heavy, excessively silly, and catchier than the common cold. The song is a very rhythmic one with simple melodies, but plenty of harsh vocals. If you don't like screaming, growling, and guttural demonic bellowing, you will not like this song. But you really are missing out if you don't. This is Alex Terrible of Slaughter to Prevail who lends some of his voice to the song. Here's an example of what Alex is capable of. And since he is so brutal, they only needed him once the bridge of the song starts up.
Every time.
You know who is carrying the growls throughout the absolute rest of the song? That's right, kids. Momozilla. We have officially entered the Momozilla era. Momo's growls sparked online debate about whether it was really her, and to be fair, BABYMETAL has had Su-Metal mime screams before. But in Song 3's music video, they really do go out of their way to make this the Momo show for the growly vocal parts. So it's her, right? There was much debate in 2025, and many folks commented and made videos discussing Momo and her alleged growls. Well, there are now multiple videos online outright proving that Momo is the one growling, so this is a BABYMETAL guide, not a persuasive essay, and at this point, the fact is irrefutable. Momo can growl, and is growling in Song 3, and will continue to growl until someone stops her. And good luck with that. Speaking of Momo and growls, get a load of this.
Give me your best scream.
Gotta include this one.
This is...
This short dropped one day before the Song 3 music video. Now this is a good time to stop down to discuss a trait of BABYMETAL's we haven't really brought up yet. You know what's great about BABYMETAL, and has always been the case for them? BABYMETAL has never let the world corrupt them, and it is so refreshing that BABYMETAL has stayed modest, especially in terms of how they dance and dress. BABYMETAL has never worn an outfit I would call inappropriate for a young girl, and that is so incredibly respectable. Now that being said, BABYMETAL are adults now, with more and more autonomy in what BABYMETAL as a group does, or at least it would seem. So on the other side of the coin, in terms of what is and isn't appropriate for your kiddos, they also never really used foul language. I am not a Japanese-speaking person myself, but as I understand it, the culture in Japan in terms of swearing is quite different anyway. That being said, when Momo said this on camera, let's just say that it was a first for BABYMETAL, and the internet had and still has to this day a lot of fun with it. It is the second most viewed YouTube short on BABYMETAL's entire channel to date. Getting back to the grind, BABYMETAL continued touring. ConCon had been unveiled live alongside Song 3, but we would not get a glimpse at its studio glory for a while yet. July 11th, in fact, would be the first time we would hear it in its true refinement. If we are being honest, the fan reception of ConCon featuring Bloodywood was a bit more lukewarm than it had been for the 2 previous singles. I think there are a number of reasons for this. Even though I personally loved it, firstly, the music video that dropped for ConCon was a live pro shop music video. While BABYMETAL fans do love those, we had the last year gotten some of the most fun music videos BABYMETAL had ever produced. In addition, much more time had passed since ConCon was leaked online from FanCam, and the FanCam audio was decent enough to hear the entirety of the song in a subpar quality.
The subtitle issue. Did you hear about that when that happened?
No. What happened with it?
It's not even a big deal. It's just hilarious. When you play ConCon music video, the subtitles that are in YouTube, when it's Sue Metal singing, the only thing it will ever say is singing in Japanese. and that wouldn't be so weird, except all of the other languages have fully written out lyrics in the subtitles. And then as soon as it goes back to Sue, singing in Japanese. So it was like kind of a meme for a little bit in the fandom. It's kind of nuts and hilarious. And at this point, I hope it never changes because it's funny now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Least. So I think some fans had already drawn their conclusion about the song. Also, this song is widely considered the lesser of 2 Bloodywood collab songs, and while I do love ConCon,
it's a good song.
I can't deny that there is truth in Bekoff being the superior song. In any case, both ConCon and Song 3 were performed live with their respective artists on stages with them, just as Poppy had done first. Well, after Electric Callboy had done it. Now, on July 24th, 2025, BABYMETAL held a small show for about 1,000 people in Los Angeles. It was announced only a week before it was to be held, and was referred to as a secret gig. So neither I nor you know much about it, but I was able to discover that the reason no footage exists of this secret show is because phones were required to be locked up for it to prevent anyone from leaking footage. Some fans speculated that this was because they would play unreleased songs due to the secrecy of...
What? It may not be true.
Just the part about locking up the phones. I had heard that they had locked up phones for it and thought that was true. And then somebody else who said they were at the show said that wasn't true. But there is no footage of it out there. So whatever they did do, they did... nobody recorded anything from it. So if they didn't take phones away, that's kind of wild that not a single person snuck anything.
Yeah, they had to take it away. Come on.
In
LA?
That's what I was assuming, because like, how did not a single person take that risk? Somebody would have. So yeah, they probably took them. I don't know. But I don't know. I got conflicting
all reports point to this not being the case. They played From Me to You, Song 3, and possibly ConCon, but not the unreleased tracks. However, it was a tiny venue and a rare experience to be physically close with BABYMETAL. More so than you will ever likely be ever again due to their ability to, sell out basketball stadiums. So anyway, we finally reached the day Metal 4th would release, August 8th. And of course, BABYMETAL surprised us with the premiere of one more song simultaneously. My Queen featuring Spiritbox. My Queen is a strong showing of both bands and unique as well, but now we also have...
What?
So who's saying that? Maybe the show was played in complete darkness.
Yeah.
Sorry, that one. Yeah. Sorry. That's how they didn't get any footage. Sorry. That was funny. Sorry.
Hawaii, Sunset Kiss, Algorithm, and White Flame to unpack. We would be here all day if we kept analyzing each song. There is no losing when listening to BABYMETAL. For the purpose of a BABYMETAL guide, the song that really needs to be discussed in BABYMETAL's development that we haven't discussed yet would be Kawaii. Yes, at one point it was thought that Kawaii would be similar to BMC due to its mirroring of its naming mechanic. However, while it is...
That song is like my favorite to listen... what I always played on here. I have instrumentals of all the songs, and I play that like it's later in this because it's not. I don't have each track, but I just have the whole album as an instrumental, like put on my soundboard. So whenever I start streams, it starts with that. And
nice.
I love just the instrumental of Kawaii also.
Oh, I love the song, and it like when I first heard the album and heard that song, like only initially a little bit disappointed, only because I wanted it to be a little bit more like BMC again, and it only kind of is like.
See,
in the
I
last
didn't have
part
that
of it.
expectation. I didn't have that expectation for some reason.
And I think I only did because of the way they spelled the song. I thought that because they were doing that same X trope that like, and they still do, like it's still rap metal kind of thing, but there's more rap in Kawaii versus like BMC is more metal with a little rap, like sound wise, musically. So, but I still love it, and it grew on me even more over time. And I think when I did multiple ranking videos, I ranked it lower initially, and then it climbed a little bit, I think. But it's good. It's good song.
I think maybe like the trope is that it's just such a different compared to all the other songs. Like BMC was just so just out there compared to the rest of the album, just like this one. Actually, Metal Galaxy though has a lot of out there songs here and there.
It does.
Yeah, it does. Never mind.
Metal Galaxy is a weird one.
Yeah.
Also using rap elements, I would argue that BMC is more metal-centric, while Kawaii leans more into rap-centric. Most baby metal fans tend towards the metal.
BMC has like a gent sound.
You can guess which song is still preferred by most. But I see your BMC argument and counter with a Momo. And you don't get that in BMC. You just don't. Ready for another baby metal milestone? Forget that. A milestone for all Japanese artists everywhere. Less than 2 weeks after Metal Fourth debuted, it ranked number 9 in the US Billboard's Top 200, marking the first time any all-Japanese fronted group charted in the top 10. This was huge. 15 years later, after members leaving, dealing with actual loss, they were not just sticking around. They were stronger than ever, breaking new ground and showing everyone that this was never a fad and never a gimmick. It was always a movement. Baby metal were, and are to this day, cultural disruptors. Who Want Your Chocolate? The same month Metal Fourth released, Baby Metal performed alongside renowned Japanese metal act called Saikama 2 for their 40th anniversary, notably featuring the two groups together on stage with Su Metal singing their song El Dorado with them, and Mo Metal and Momo Metal on guitars. While fans know that Momo Metal...
That was my first time seeing them live in Japan. And only time I've seen them live in Japan, actually.
How was the so am I saying the name right? Saikama 2? Is that how they say the name?
I say Saikama, but I don't know if that's right.
Saikama?
Is that right?
Okay.
Is that right?
That was one of those ones that I just said without ever checking the pronunciation. I was just hoping I was right. But yeah, how were they like live? Like I know next to nothing about them.
For Saikama? It was okay.
And that's the thing. I really don't know anything about them. Like I don't know what their songs really sound like. I don't know.
There was one song that got
make me
stuck in
think
my
of
head.
Kiss a little bit.
I was expecting more. Again, it was like the whole like metalverse thing. I was hoping there was going to be more of an epic battle. There was a battle at the end between them. It was like the passing of the torch kind of thing set up. It was still really cool. I, of course, again, not biased at all, but enjoy the baby metal parts,
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm confident that there is no band that could share the stage with baby metal where I would be like, well, those other guys though.
There was a part like at the end of the whole concert that I was expecting some crazy like collab thing, and it didn't happen. And that was kind of like, I guess my expectations were pretty high. That's why I really wanted to go to see them in January, and I didn't make it out, unfortunately. But
oh yeah, I would have loved to be there for that. That was the one time there was a show that I was aware of that I had significant FOMO. Like,
yeah,
that was like because every other show, like, I was like, okay, like I know I can't go to a lot of shows, like I just don't have the means to do that. But that one in January, the Legend Metal Fourth, that was the one where I was like, man, that would have been really cool to be at.
I really wish I figured out a way to do it, and I just didn't. I just didn't, and it sucks. But it is.
I mean, the reality is for me, like I know if it's in Japan, it's just not something I'm going to be able to swing. Not at this stage of my life. But maybe one day.
One day. Still early.
Metal already knew how to play guitar, having played it for their song Shine on stage previously. Momo Metal had never played a guitar on stage so far as we know. So after a long and successful 2025, Baby Metal sought to wrap up the year with a bow, in the form of a pair of North American arena shows. One at Intuit Dome in Los Angeles, and one in Arena CDMX in Mexico City. At Los Angeles, we got a few notable moments worth pointing out. First, Courtney finally performed My Queen with Baby Metal Live, showing them love at the end. Second, a staff member dressed as Baby Bones came on stage to celebrate the Dodgers winning the series, because they did. And thirdly, Momo Metal did not fall down on stage. People keep saying she did, but she didn't, and I wish people would stop spreading this lie. Momo Metal was simply using her entire body to headbang. How can you not see it? As for the arena show in Mexico City, Mexican fans were encouraged to show up representing Dia de los Muertos, and some fans did. I also really enjoy how Baby Metal brings a themed flag to their performances, in this case, showcasing Mexico's colors within their own logo. So, nearing the end of 2025, Baby Metal hosted an online multi-day event entitled 15 Legend Songs Tournament. This was a fan-chosen top 15 songs by Baby Metal directly voted on by fans in a bracket format.
This was interesting to me.
Now keep in mind that most fans will say that their
And what's funny is on the Guys and Guys podcast, we did this like a few years before.
Like prior to them doing it?
Prior to that. Yeah, we did this with bandmate songs, Baby Metal songs, Maximum Hormone songs. We did bracket competitions in the Discord server. It's so funny.
I already forgot what the winners were. I already forgot what the winners were on this one, but I still remember being a little surprised at some of the winners. But that's just the nature of a bracket. The way you do a bracket, there's going to be weird winners because, some this might have won over this one, but since it wasn't seeded to that one, it's weird. So
yeah, and Mega Cine won in ours.
That's a justifiable winner.
Constantly. And a bracket is susceptible to seeding, which means essentially that very popular songs will edge out moderately popular songs that may have won out over similarly moderately popular songs. In any case, the winners of the tournament can be found online, which I will post on screen. I may be one of the few who is happy to see Amore finish ahead of Akatsuki. I love both songs, but Amore is my favorite Su-metal solo and is not particularly close for me. I do, however, think it's pretty wild that Song 4 is the Black Baby Metal song that won out, because I think when you isolate the 4 Black Baby Metal songs in a single poll, Anadari Daisakusen likely wins for most fans, though a vocal minority favors Sis Anger on the metalhead side, and personally, I'm a GJ guy. Either way, I've found Song 4 to be consistently the least popular of the 4, so it winning is likely representative of the making of the song more than the song itself. For you see, Song 4's lyrics were the only ones to be written by Yui Metal and Moa Metal themselves. Anyway, the 15 Legend Songs tournament was speculated by some fans to have the purpose of being the setlist at the upcoming Legend Metal 4th concert series set to be held at Saitama Super Arena on January 10th and 11th. This is likely just a misread of the fact that the results of the polls were said to be revealed at the show, but in actuality, this was literally what they meant. The results were literally just revealed on screen at the show. Still a fun event for Baby Metal to connect with fans, and I imagine they will still use those winners for something.
Syncopation was on there, though.
Oh, yeah.
Now on to the Legend Metal 4th shows. There are a few moments that must be discussed. Firstly, these shows were the first live debuts of the songs White Flame and Algorithm, which both came to be some of the fan favorites off of Metal 4th that had yet to get any love from Baby Metal after the album release. No music video for either song had been released, so seeing them debut live was nice, though I think we all hope that those songs don't fall into obscurity like some fan favorites do. Hooky Hooky Midnight. Now, for the longtime fans, Legend Metal 4th held a special occasion within. Baby Metal performed a medley of the songs Awadama Fever and Catch Me If You Can, the latter of which had not been performed since 2017, and many fans speculated for years that the girls would never do the choreography for that song again, mostly due to this move right here. However, they indeed did the song, and they did the move. Moa looks quite satisfied with herself. But the highlight of this long-awaited return to the stage of Catch Me If You Can is that Momo Metal got to be a part of it for the first time, and she provided the growls for the song, which was just spectacular, even on Fancam. Now, this next thing happened 5 days before Legend Metal 4th, but in honor of Baby Metal's 15-year anniversary, they released for the first time ever an updated, re-recorded version of a classic song. Officially titled Headbanger 15th Night Version, I like to refer to it simply as Headbanger 2.0. This version of Headbanger would remix the entire song, making it sound quite different, feature Su-metal's more mature vocal range, and most importantly, incorporate Momo Metal officially into the studio version of one of their most popular songs, and a song she herself made more popular through her live Headbanger performance we refer to as Momo Banger. But they did not simply include Momo. They had Headbanger nearly a duet between Su and Momo, with moments throughout the video of Momo appearing front and center to make sure you know these growl parts are hers. Notably, the city where this arcade stands is called Fujioka, a seemingly intentional nod to the late Mikio Fujioka, Baby Metal's dear lead guitarist who had passed away in 2018. It's worth pointing out that this, along with some other homages and references to Mikio or Yui, are technically fan speculation, but BABYMETAL is a very intentional human being, and I don't think he does much by accident. So 2026 kicks off with a new version of a beloved song, a Super Arena series in Japan to solidify BABYMETAL's newest album into the pantheon, and oh, what's this? BABYMETAL is featured in an anime? Well, hold on a second. We did not mention it back then, but in October 2025, BABYMETAL had released a collaboration with Jam Project as BABYMETAL's first official foray into anime opening theme songs.
We will be performing the opening theme song for One Punch Man Season 3 as Jam Project featuring BABYMETAL. It is the first time for us to do a Japanese animated song.
The song was received well by a core group of BABYMETAL fans, but it did seem to fly under the usual radar of the greater BABYMETAL fandom, likely due to not all BABYMETAL fans being anime fans. But based on its surging popularity already, the recently released Faint Flower, a collaboration with Tatsuya Kitani, made for Season 2 of Hell's Paradise, this is the superior BABYMETAL anime intro song. BABYMETAL was also featured in an interview on Crunchyroll on February 6th of 2026, where a very excited interviewer gets to ask BABYMETAL questions about themselves and about anime. And in this interview, we get the first real look into how the girls relate to anime on a personal level. It becomes clear pretty quickly that BABYMETAL is the most familiar and she kind of carries the interview, but the interview also shed light on the fact that anime is just kind of part of the Japanese culture, where in the West we may still look at anime as rather niche. It is very interesting, and no shade to this dude who got excited. As far as BABYMETAL fans go, this is actually pretty controlled. Speaking of fans controlling themselves, you may or may not have noticed that despite the popularity of the girls themselves, we never spoke of Su-metal, Mo-metal, Momo-metal, or Yui-metal before doing meet and greets with fans. This might sound weird, right? Lots of other idols do controlled meet and greets, even if just in the form of signing merchandise and quickly shaking hands and taking a photo. Well, they did do it, briefly, and very early on. And while there is no official stated reason as to why it stopped, there are many logically obvious reasons that fans have come to a more or less consensus on. It's all speculative, so I'll just list out the basic ideas that are theorized here. 1, the girls started off underage with a fan base of mostly adult men, and a minority of creeps do exist. 2, the girls work hard to separate their on-stage personas from their personal life so that they can have, you know, a personal life. 3, fan meet and greets can run the risk of tainting fans' image of the girls if the experience is not everything you hoped it would be, even if the girls didn't actually do anything wrong. And 4, meet and greets take time, and BABYMETAL already spends an egregious amount of time traveling, rehearsing, and performing countless shows across the globe while still finding time to record new music, new videos, and interviews to promote it all. I can't believe they find the time to do everything they do already. There are a lot of understandable reasons BABYMETAL doesn't do meet and greets, and most fans do get it, even if some still wish it would happen. I think the relaxed forum interviews are a great middle ground. Getting to see the girls a little looser and having more fun during the interviews and promotions scratches that itch a little bit. They do so much for the fans already. Meet and greets are not necessary, but rest assured, if they ever did decide to sell tickets to a meet and greet, enough bandwidth does not exist in the world to prevent a colossal website failure, because that would truly break the internet. So back to 2026 and BABYMETAL's trajectory. This brings us to March 2026, just before Fox Day of this year, and so far, BABYMETAL has confirmed appearances at multiple festivals across Australia, Europe, and the US, many of which are festivals they are returning to from past appearances. The Metaraji Fest is set for March 29th, and that is pretty much what we know so far. By the time this BABYMETAL guide video is posted to YouTube, there will certainly be more information, as Fox Day will either be happening or have already happened, depending on how long it takes me to edit this unholy monstrosity. So before I leave you, a bite-sized BABYMETAL summary for those who did not want to sit through hours of rambling. BABYMETAL, a Japanese kawaii metal band that consisted of Su-metal, Yui-metal, and Mo-metal, began in Japan as the wacky brainchild of BABYMETAL. Their crazy fusion of J-pop singing and dancing with metal music became so popular that they left the bubble of the J-pop idol group they started with called Sakura Gakuin and became their own standalone act. They created a substantial following in Japan until they...
I know, he forgot that in the documentary. He should have mentioned that. One fan was able to pull off still doing a meet and greet.
Oh.
You guys are right. I agree. I agree with Sonic Guy. Just kidding.
became local legends, and this combined with some viral recognition online became their ticket to begin getting invited overseas to show the rest of the world who they were, starting in Singapore. Eventually, they would come to Sonosphere, where crowds who started the show with doubt and skepticism were shouting Babymetal's name by the end of their set. After that, Babymetal began a trend of touring across the world year in and year out, and slowly transforming from small show openers to arena-level headliners. Along the way, they lost some friends, but they transformed the pain of their loss into new hope and determination, and today, they stand as Sue Metal, Moa Metal, and Momo Metal, who has helped preserve the legacy of Babymetal and Yui Metal while helping transform Babymetal into a new version of itself. Along their journey, Babymetal made countless friends, with musical legends and musicians who are still on the rise, and continue to spread love for metal music through the most wholesome network of musical humans ever to utter the phrase impaled rectum.
Impaled rectum.
Today, Babymetal is arguably the most popular band internationally to hail from Japan. They have broken records and never once stopped smiling and paying respect to the legends who came before. I want to end this Babymetal guide with a focus on the true guiding principle of Babymetal. If you were to sum up Babymetal in one word, it would be friendship. Babymetal came into existence to make metal music and pop music listeners become friends. A large group of composers at Amuse and Kami Band friends supported Babymetal as they pursued their success and made more friends along the way. When they lost some friends, the friendship of Sue and Moa literally held Babymetal together. Then Sue and Moa made a new friend, Momo Metal, and they began more aggressively making friends than they ever did before through other musical artists. Collaborations are a realization of a musical friendship. The repeat invites from venues to Babymetal, a professional friendship. Babymetal's unwavering positivity oozes, I want to be your friend, energy. I understand that there are going to be people that hear all this and say, well, it's speculation to say any of these people are really friends, they just work together. Sure, but this misses the point and the spirit of what Babymetal is doing. Babymetal is bringing people together. In a world full of division, you cannot put a price on that. Call it what you want. Call it a revolution, call it musical theater, call it not for me, if that's how you feel. As for me, I call it friendship, and Babymetal is really good at it. See ya.
Oh yeah. We
made it.
You summed it up. You summed it up perfectly. Dude, that was perfect. Got me tearing up there at the end. I was feeling it in the feels. That outro right there, that was good.
Part of that was the Kingdom Hearts music I put in the background, probably too.
The outro was perfect. That's well said. Great job, man. That was a really good video.
Oh, thanks. I've made videos before where I was like, this is good enough, but this was one where I was like, not just because it was long, right? But just I really felt like I got what I wanted to say out, not just for the guide, but like how I, feel about the band, like and what it's done like for music, and just it's hard to describe unless you just really sit down and try to put it into words, and that's what I try to do. And yeah, the people that I've seen talk about it, like I think I did okay. So which is good to hear from other people, because I'm the one.
It's like we were saying earlier, like it just, for me, watching it right now just brought back so many memories. So a lot of like tough times and good times, and like situations where like listening to this music got me through a lot of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think because for me, it's only been a couple of years, and like I already feel like I have like a history with it in that very short time. So I can't even imagine the people that have been there for longer, since 2020, like you, or for like folks who've been there since like the beginning, who are still here. Like being able to trace so many moments of your own life back to like this thing, like it's and before this, like I've never really been like I can't say I've never been a fan of something, but to the way that I am with Babymetal, it is different, and I've never really followed something that closely, and been like a part of a fandom, like talking and making friends with people based on, hey, this is the thing that we all like. Like I haven't done that before, and it's been an amazing experience. Like just like all these people that I know, just online. Like I've never met any of them in person. That's okay. Like it's a great community, and just like any fandom, sure, there's a couple bad eggs in there, but the vast majority of people that I've met through the fandom has been awesome, and it's been a great experience for me. It really has, and I wanted to convey that in the guide, like not just like how awesome Babymetal is, but how awesome like it makes you feel to be a fan. being in the right headspace, at least, like, for most of us.
Yeah,
There's a lot of fun.
man, there's so many emotions right now just going through me. I'm like, don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Like, it's kind of wild. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I said before, the process of making the video, like, really was just like its own kind of fun. Like, yeah, it was a lot of work, but like, it was also like psychologically and emotionally beneficial to me as a process, like as a creator, like making something, and as a fan of something. Like, it was just almost therapeutic, even though it was hard to do. Like, I would encourage anyone with any amount of interest in like doing something like that, like, go for it, because especially if you're a fan, like, it'll be fun to do. It really will.
Yeah,
I think.
So it's always like that end result. Doing it, it pays off. It pays off. 10 more years and you can make the part 2. There you go.
Can you imagine? Man, I can't imagine trying to do, like, if they're still doing as much as they've already done. If they do that again for another 10 years, trying to cover that would be crazy. Like, hey, if I'm still doing this and they're still doing that, sure, why not?
While making this video, what was like probably the hardest thing to do on it, other than edit this entire thing on your phone, which just blows my mind. I don't even know how that's possible.
Well, part of the reason the editing part was possible was I did tactfully use more still images than video than I normally do to try to conserve space, because I knew if I used straight video the whole time, it was going to be too large of a file.
I couldn't even tell.
And so a little trick, not that I need to tell another creator this, I'm sure you already know this, but like, if you have a still image on screen, it feels less static. Just to pan the image a little bit, like have it move a little bit. That does help, right? Like, that kind of helps not feel like I'm just looking at a slideshow or something.
It's called Ken Burns on Final Cut.
but man, like, the hardest thing for sure for me, like, was trying to make sure that I didn't put anything not accurate in the video, because there is so much misinformation out there about BABYMETAL, because fans just say stuff. And like, it's not malice. They're not intentionally spreading bad info most of the time. It's just, they heard it from somewhere and they just say it. And you can't trust that. Like, it's a lot of it just isn't true. So like, having to make sure I stick to like, this definitely happened, checking sources against another source, just to make sure that what I'm putting in here is good info, because the whole point of it is to be informative for people so they actually know. So like, I didn't want to get anything wrong. And I knew inevitably some things may be a little bit off. That's okay. But yeah, that was, for me, that was the hardest part, because I usually try to focus my videos on just being fun. And like, yeah, I try to be accurate, but like, mostly I try to make them fun. And this was the only one where I really tried to make it more important to be right than to be fun. But I still put some fun in there, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it was still fun. I hope so, because I don't want it to be dry.
No, I thought it was great. I thought it was perfect. I mean, it was good. It really brought me back. It brought me back for sure. And do we still want to finish it off with monochrome?
Why not? Man. That was really good. I do, like a lot of folks are already saying, I like how many differences are in it while still feeling like the same song. With the video, is any of that pulled from theirs, or was that all fully made by whoever edited this one? Like, with all the effects and the backgrounds and the black and white, effects coming in and out of the frame, like, because some of it was very, it resembled the original video quite a bit. So was anything used from that, or did they completely create that?
I think BABYMETAL, he did take out stuff from the video. I can't remember exactly. Okay. We try to mimic exactly what was done in the video, just doing it in our own way, because we liked how we did that with the other songs, where we're like, let's recreate our own version, but like show homage to the original video. And so I'm pretty sure he did. We talked about too. Kobe came on and we talked about for a while. I haven't seen him in a while, actually. If you guys ever heard from him, let me know. I hope he's doing all right. I haven't heard from him in a good minute.
Well, and the way that it was like in that style, like with the visuals, but you have all the scenes of you guys actually playing the song. I do kind of wish they did that with the real video. Like I do think that would have been cooler if they made, and I always assumed that the way they made the monochrome video was intentionally not supposed to have like visuals of the actual band playing anyway. But I would like a version like that where they actually have, just like you guys did. That would be cool. Like imagine like the Kai band and Sue and them all being in the video very similar to that. That would be cool as well. Like that's a very good idea to do it that way.
My goal when we do any of these covers, because the album versions were so processed and like so edited, the reason why we look forward to the live ones. So this is before they had a live one. And we're like, well, let's make it more band version, and that's why we change up the riffs a little bit. We change up the rhythms a little bit or something, because who knows how they did it in the original, right? And we're not.
I noticed there was a part where the bass stood out a lot too. Like there was a little lick on the bass guitar that I don't remember being in the original. I liked it though.
When I was mixing it, that was by accident. I'm like, I heard do. I'm like, oh, let me cut off the guitar there. So I cut off the guitar part and just left the bass alone. Wave was like, hey, thanks for the little solo in there. And
that was nice.
So
I liked it.
That happened when I was mixing the song, and then the solo that I remember the solo was frustrating because I had to like get it timing, because I wanted it to be emotional solo but also have like a little shred in it. That's how I like to do it. I like to have emotional sounding solos or like catchy ones, and then add in like a little bit of speed bursts here and there. I don't like the shreddy stuff. I like feelsy solos with a little bit of shred, like in between and in and out. So that's like the style.
I like me some both. Depends on my mood. I like some good guitar work, especially not being able to do any of that myself. Like it's always impressive to me.
When I was younger, I did, but as I got older, I like it in taste. If that makes sense. Yeah, like.
Well, just speed alone is not alone good to me. Like there has to be some, like there has to be a personality behind it too. But I do like a mix. I do like.
I like to tell a story in the solo, if that makes sense. Just like in a song, I want the solo to. It's like your mini recap at the end of the video. The solo is a recap of the entire story of the song, if that makes sense.
Do you know the? I'm sure you do. Do you know the song "Like a Stone"?
Yeah.
By Audio Slave?
Yeah, I love that song.
So when I was younger, I was just kind of whatever about the song. And one of the things I would have told you in like high school would have been like, oh, like that guitar solo is so boring that he does in it. And then when I've heard it not even recently, just like a few years later, a little bit older, just like you're saying, like telling a story, like the way that the guitar solo, it's not fast. It's not fast. It's not like crazy technical. But I love the way that it sounds, because it feels like it has like personality in it, and it does sound great. Even it doesn't have to be fast and crazy shreddy to be a good solo. And I think that's the earliest song I can think of hearing to kind of appreciate that as a like non-guitar player. Like doesn't have to be shreddy and fast, like
and
to be good.
I play that song live hundreds of times, Like a Stone. I play the solo. I have the effect actually right on here. And nobody plays it right. Nobody plays it right, that solo, because it's trickier than people think. When you have to have the pedal set up perfectly, you have to bend it at the right timing to get the amp that wah, 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 wah. And he's doing that all in real time. Wah, and then you have to make sure you're having the feel in your fingers with it. That's why I love things that are deceptively hard. And Monochrome was one of those songs. Yeah. Monochrome, when I was listening to, I'm like, oh, this isn't too bad. This sounds like it'll be fairly simple. No, it wasn't. There were certain things in there that I was like, what the hell? This rhythmic pattern that Eric and I were struggling with in the middle of the song. I can't remember which part, and we were thinking, what the hell is going on right here? But
so they've hidden the complexity because it's woven together so well.
Yeah, all those Baby Metal songs I put solos in, where I'm like, man, I really wish there was a solo. I did that in Doki Doki also. Like I put a solo in the beginning and end of the song.
When I used to be in band back in like high school, when we would cover songs, I was definitely notorious for adding more in the drum section than was supposed to be there.
Everyone does it.
Well, and like to an excessive degree, to where like they would have to kind of rein me and be like, dude, Like you need to chill a little bit on this part of the song. It's not supposed to be that crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, because you have all these ideas when you play an instrument. It's like, oh, it'd sound cool if I did this, but then you do, like, at least in my case, like if I was being too excessive, I did have to kind of take a step back. Okay, it sounds cool, but the song as a whole, I do have to like let this other part of the song breathe too. And that was my issue, like trying to be a little bit too much with it. Man, this is
I don't
been a while since I thought about that.
I love some technical solos, and that's something that makes like Polyphia so great because they have the rhythmic patterns and the soloing down. But there's some Polyphia I'm like, okay,
they're so funky, like with the way that they play. Like there's like a rhythm to every part of their song. I don't even know how to really describe it.
One band that's so therapeutic for me to listen to is Animals as Leaders. That like I
know that one.
That's such a therapeutic band that they're the ones that made thumping like famous. The thump technique. I remember trying to learn that forever. So good. You should check them out. Absolutely insane, especially if you love guitar work. That would be a band I would love to hear Baby Metal do a collab with. Is with them because he's so good. Tabasi is so good at being melodic with his technicality and rhythmic patterns and style. It's really good. He's almost becoming like, I don't know if his music just wasn't marketed as well as Polyphia, but I always liked Animals as Leader just a little bit more, just because of the melodies he writes. The melodies are very, very good.
Well, Polyphia is just, yet another band that I didn't hear of until Baby Metal did a collab with them, and come to find out they've been around for some time. And I saw them live by accident. We were because they opened up for System of a Down and Korn.
Yeah.
And when we got the tickets, we were getting tickets because we want to see System of a Down and Korn. I had no idea that they were opening until we got the tickets, and I saw it, and I was like, bonus. And guess what? My wife, who did not know who they were, loves them now after seeing them live. Polyphia. So
the fact that they can do it live. If you check out a song, if you can for me, check out Physical Education by Animals as Leaders. There's a music video for it. So if you want to record a reaction, go for it. Or maybe we can check it out the next time we stream. But yeah, Animals as Leaders, Physical Education. So it's a probably a really good song for you to start off with.
Okay.
I think it's actually the song's like about bullying, if I'm not mistaken. If I can't remember. Yeah. It's a really good song. But it's a band that, man, they were like definitely popping off for so many years, and then they just like peaked, and I'm like, it sucks. Like I really wish they went further, like how Polyphia did. Because they were a very good instrumental band. When the first instrumental band I really got into was Scale the Summit. They're from Texas, actually. They were
it's like Polyphia.
Yeah. Then it was the Animals as Leaders right afterwards. There was like this wave of like instrumental bands people were starting to listen to or whatnot.
They're all from Texas?
No, not Animals as Leaders. I don't know where they're from.
Okay.
I think they're from Washington or something like that. I don't remember. Have either of you checked out Her Last Sight? No.
I don't know that one.
Nope.
Don't know that one.
This was a blast of a stream. Man, I'm feeling all certain types of way. Like
that is my intention with my videos, to make you feel things.
Bro, the outro just killed me.
It's funny because like there's probably a lot of people that don't even get to the outro because of how goddamn long the video is.
You could turn the outro to short, man. You could just turn that.
So I really, I did.
You did.
But I also, when I initially made it, I wanted to kind of reward, hey, you got to the end, I'm gonna hit you in the feels now. So
yeah, you got me.
That was intentional.
You got me. I ran out of tissues nearby, so it may not look like it. I'm holding it in pretty hard, and then I don't even know what possessed me to be like, yeah, let's do Monochrome right afterwards. That song's always the emotional song for me. So
like I said, the first one that made me tear up a little bit was Monochrome, and I'm talking that original version, because a lot of people will say that the first take version made them cry, and like that happened to me too, but for me it was twofold. Like the first time I heard the original version, and then when I heard the first take version, it was like all over again. It was like Yeah, it's not even my favorite Baby Metal song, but it is the one that makes me the most emotional.
Yeah.
Yep.
That one and I always the EJ down. Yeah, IDZ like that one too. That one hits me pretty hard sometimes.
The only other one that's made me actually tear up was Amore. That is my favorite Sue solo song. I can't explain why, honestly. It just I really resonate with it.
I can't.
I don't know.
I'm coming to think of it, dude. There's a lot of songs for me.
Yeah.
The one
I
is
think,
like destroys me, of course. But
and I've grown a lot more onto the one when the first time I heard it. Like I mostly just appreciated it for what it represented, and the more I heard it, the more I liked the song. And I would say that I do like it like almost as much as like something like Amore or Monochrome now. But like I don't know what it was about Amore the first time I heard it. I think maybe because the first time I heard it was one of the live performances. And like the way that they did it in the live performance with some of the additional pauses before she starts singing again, I don't know, it just makes it more emotional. But I just like her singing. Yes, that's another good one. And one I'm coming to appreciate more and more over the years too. But there's so many, you know. There's so many great ones. Like I feel like most fans go through waves with the songs where like this is my favorite right now, and then they move on to another one. You know, do that with a lot of bands, sure, but like my favorites do change, but there's some that stay to the top. I will say, song 3 will always be the top for me. I'm sorry, it always will be. But
imagine some people don't even listen to half of these other versions of the songs, and they're missing out so much. If you just go and listen to only the albums, you are missing the fuck out on so many great versions of these songs, and that's what's so insane. Is there is so many different versions of these songs that are great, even better
every time
than the studio versions.
Every time that I tell someone about Baby Metal who doesn't know anything about them, I always try to include the fact that hey, when you check them out, you need to check them out with the live footage, with the video, with something that's not just because the albums are great, but that's not the full experience. And I don't want people to get not the full experience and then write them off as like, they're okay. Like, no, you need to experience the whole thing. Like, and then if you don't like it, fine, whatever. But like, don't write them off just from like, I heard like Gimme Chocolate on the album and whatever. Okay, whatever. But no, like, give it the real experience, and then we'll see how you feel.
God damn, I love this group. I've been in this documentary also like made me go, I need to go listen to albums again. Like, cause I did have this separation from like listening to some music for a while. Cause I let some things get to me just in the space and just going through a lot of stuff. I'm like, damn, why do I even like pause listening to certain bands? And then Baby Metal is one of those bands I haven't listened to in a good minute, like maybe like a few months or so.
I've been like, I haven't stopped, right? But like I have in the couple of years that I've been, making like content too. Like, there's sometimes because of the way like some people in the fandom can get, and like there's some emotions that go around. It sours you a little bit. Like I get that. I totally get that. But I do try to make sure not to let it affect like that, because like that sourness in a fandom or with individuals, I should say, individuals in a fandom, not the fandom as a whole. That's not on Baby Metal. That's not on the group. You pick whatever group you want to talk about. Like it's not on a TV show or a movie or whatever. Like that's just the people that like it ruining it. That's their issue. That doesn't have to be your issue, Like that's what I try to like remember. Like that doesn't make that thing any worse.
It's like what, but I've learned to not let it get to me now. But I also need to get back into playing. Like just life has been taking a toll on me this year. So watching your video, it's very it's inspirational in that way. So that's why you should watch it if you haven't. If you even made it this long in this stream that's been going on for 4 hours and 10 minutes, shout out to you, by the way. I don't think I've ever done a stream this long. Have I, Chad?
Me neither.
I've never streamed for 4 hours and 10 minutes before.
It's a long time.
And I'm still alive. Normally I'm like checked out. So
I'm not gonna lie, when we were texting beforehand, I did think you were gonna be like getting like to like the halfway point and be like, cool, part 2 next time around. And we kept going, we got it done. It's done.
Yeah.
We got through the whole thing. And I do think that is the better way to experience it.
I think after right now, I'm literally gonna go finish setting up the rest of my stuff and start playing, because I have put off playing. And I've noticed like the being depressed has been more prominent than usual. It's been dominant. And a lot of that has to do with like personal stuff I'm not going to bring up right now, but getting over it finally and is coming together. You know, there's a lot of bad stuff like accidents and like a lot of other things. If you guys follow my solo channel, you guys are all familiar with what's going on. So I won't get into it now, maybe a different day because this is going on pretty long. But so yeah, that was
we got to make time for your passions. I will say you got to make time for the stuff you're passionate about. That heals the soul.
Yeah, and I haven't. I've been doing nonstop work, just like 70-hour weeks. Insane. But anyways, so if you made it this far in, we sincerely appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I mean, we wouldn't be here without your guys' support. So thank you. All right.
See, this what Model Metal does?
Yeah. Wait, you'll see if you get the hearts to show up. Let's see if I can get it.
That's the easier one to do. That's the easier one.
Is it?
I like doing the
harder one.
This is the harder one. I've seen her do this one a couple times.
Oh,
that's harder.
I don't even know how you're doing that.
Middle fingers down, pointer fingers curved.
Ow. Yeah.
There we go. I've seen her do that like at least twice. She does it sometimes.
But anyways, soup.